Hey, hey! Guess who just came back and snagged an item that he thought would be out? Oh, I lucked out. Blue Owl had just one. I went out thinking I'd try on the 42, but the 44 wasn't available. When I got there, the 44 was available. So I think that somebody returned an online order and I got lucky. Late, he has arisen. That was yesterday. Thought you said you weren't buying clothes. Okay, normally these sell out almost immediately. I lucked out. Show yourself? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Late because pants. Not pants this time. A nice work shirt. It's fox fiber. Anyone know or care what that is? No? That's all right. We don't have to talk about it. All right. It's got to break in. I have to run it through the wash. It's this is undyed. This is the actual color of the cotton. Fox fiber. It's like a special kind of, yeah, it's a whole thing. What's up? Has to break in. I'm gonna run it through the wash a couple of times. Looks nice. Yeah, no, it's got like a, I don't know. I like it. I think it's cute. Right. Was that hey hey a reference to a certain anime character? Guy who hasn't left this house in 11 years. This common English language greeting is giving me a lot of anime vibes. The lights being off make your outfit look better. Well, anything for the accolades, huh? Well, it makes me look more grounded, you know? You're supposed to wash clothes before you wear them. Not necessarily true, but generally you can. I wouldn't wash a damn sweater. Look, I'll wear this for a bit, but it is kind of warm in here. Okay. Do you enjoy the weather today? Oh my God, it's beautiful up here. Thank you, baby. You know, speaking of my beautiful partner, you know who started stream? I was still out. I was still out driving back from the clothing store. So they expertly navigated the OBS studio window, you know? Did a phenomenal job, I'd say. Pretty much perfect. They said it was terrifying. Stream looks great without the bisexual lighting. I might adjust my lighting sometime in the near future. What'd you have for breakfast? Same as every breakfast, protein bar, some yogurt, and some granola. What was the brand of that leather jacket? Shot NYC X Imogene and Willie collaboration. Don't know if you would be able to find it now because they only made a couple of them, but you can find things similar to it. Shot NYC makes wonderful leather jackets. Learning OBS is like learning alchemy. It's just a little nerve-wracking, you know? Every once in a while, I'll end stream, and everything will be set up, set down, and then I'll be like, all right, stream's over. I won't close OBS. I'll, like, change, and then I'll look back at my computer. I'll see the OBS window not live, showing in the reflection window, you know, me with my, you know, my underwear, and I'll be like, huh, hmm. I streamed like 3 times. It was so anxiety-inducing. Yeah, I get you. I get you. I get you. Nice shirt, my guy. Wait till it breaks in. Wait till it breaks in. You were live all of those times? Oh, my naked aerobics was picked up by the YouTube broadcast? You all saw my asshole? Okay, well. Wish I had money for expensive clothes. Hey, you want some recommendations? Okay. What you need to do is go on eBay, look at vintage Ralph Lauren, J. Crew, Big Mac, and other comparable brands, okay? Look for stuff made from the 80s and before, made in USA. You can find some phenomenal shirts for like 20 bucks, 25 bucks. Really, really good stuff. Highly recommend it. Hey, Winter, if it fits you, it fits you. Just got a 100% merino wool cardigan at a thrift store for $5. Just got to know where to look. Yeah, you know. Don't rush it. Don't try to follow trends, you know, and you'll be okay. Always buy everything secondhand, especially if you're into workwear, you know? If you're into workwear, like the clothing should be able to, you know, like 20, 30 years old, it should still be holding up pretty good. That's okay, tartar sauce, don't worry. Looks better with age? Oh yeah, because it's all broken in. Nice. Can Jesus swim on land? How goes the reading arc? I have not started Dracula yet. How do you find good quality clothes when buying vintage on eBay? Just have to know the brand. That's it. You have to know your measurements, so what size to get, and you have to know the brand. If you're buying something made by Ralph Lauren, Big Mac, J. Crew, whatever else, Brooks Brothers, if you're buying something from them and it was made, in USA in the 1990s, 1980s, you basically have a guarantee for quality. Not always, but usually, yes. There's a lot of good clothes out there. Buying vegan sort of sucks. So many nice clothes are wool/leather. Can I red pill you for a second? I genuinely think that vegans should be able to wear leather and wool. Wool is a byproduct of sheep being shorn, which is natural. They want to be shorn, it's like, it's fine. They're fine with it. They're fine with it. And also, leather is a byproduct of the meat industry. Like, we kill far more cows for meat than we do leather. So using the leather is just a byproduct of they're not killing new cows to make the leather. You know what I mean? The cows that are being killed are already being killed. I know that's not like a very convincing argument to a vegan. I'm only saying that it is environmentally better to wear leather than it is that vegan leather stuff, which is just plastic. Leather will last you 100 years. Vegans also believe cat and dogs should be euthanized. No. That's just a couple of crazy online people. Most vegans are real people, not crazy folks, okay? Leather supports the meat industry like plastic supports the oil industry. Not quite. The economics are just different. Leather is much less common relative to the amount of meat that's produced. So for the most part, it really is a byproduct. Plastic is more of a main product of the petroleum industry. You know what I mean? It's more like, it's like if you had an art business carving stuff out of cow bones, like, you're just using the bones that are already there. You know what I mean? You're not like killing new cows to get their bones. There are plenty of bones out there. But leather's still way more expensive? Well, yeah, of course. The process of making leather is difficult, time-consuming, and so on. But wearing a dead carcass disgusts me? That's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with believing that. I think that is a perfectly valid way to feel, The people make fun of vegans, but, like, cows and pigs are just as intelligent as dogs, more or less. If you all saw a factory of dogs being harvested for meat, you would lose your shit. The only reason we tolerate it with pigs and cows is because we're used to it. That's it. Simple as. So I think, as far as I'm concerned, vegans are right, and they have a right to be and to feel however they like. We kill 80 billion animals per year, which is fucking insane. Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. Vegans are only wrong on bees. Yeah, my understanding is that honey collection for the most part is fine, but I understand there's kind of a gradient to this sort of thing, Though most vegans eat honey anyway. I don't know. It's fine. We don't need a purity test. The third way people are too busy doing that with Hassan right now. Have you seen Hassan double down on Crimea? Well, you don't need to fuss about it. Look, you know how I feel about it, okay? Bee farms out competing local wild bees. Okay, yes, there's a lot of complicated stuff that I'm not familiar with, so I'm not gonna... it's okay, we don't need to fight. We fought enough yesterday, don't you think? About Russia? Listen, I know some folks in my subreddit are mad. People emailed me on both sides of the equation. I just want to say, and I want to make it clear, all right? My position is not that Russia does not conceivably pose a threat to Western Europe. My position is that Germany and France were engaging in objectively incorrect fear-mongering as a way of justifying pumping billions into their defense industries. It's very similar to what we did during the Cold War, you know? It's not that China and Russia or the Soviet Union didn't pose any kind of threat, like militarily. Of course they did. It's that the MIC was obsessed with overestimating the Soviet and Chinese military, you know, I guess, procurement capabilities so that they could justify putting another $1 trillion into the defense industry. They're blocking satellite photos of Iran indefinitely. That's so cool. Things are going so well. Satellite firm Planet Labs to indefinitely withhold Iran war images. Phew. I didn't respond to it, but we got a message in ModMail asking why the subreddit is mostly disagreements with you, and I feel it's because this community tends to express disagreements before praising agreement. Yeah, I think, I mean, it's part of it's like a product of the debate culture thing. Part of it's a product of the fact that I genuinely enjoy arguing with chat, but sometimes chat doesn't enjoy arguing with me, so you get an asymmetry in the way people are processing their feelings and so on. You know, there's always a fuss to it, but it's fine. You know, I don't mind seeing disagreement in the subreddit. I like just knowing people are watching the streams, to be honest with you. As Amit Segal just acknowledged on his Telegram, he was the first to publish details about the missing second airman. Segal is an Israeli journalist known for his immediate proximity to Netanyahu. Trump threatened to jail the journalist who first reported on the missing airman in order to force him to confess the identity of his source. Segal does not appear concerned. Well, yeah, of course. Trump would never, ever, ever jail an Israeli. Under any circumstances. It sounds like a joke, but like, and this has been reaffirmed multiple times, like Israelis are genuinely like, not like they're untouchable. If Trump jailed an Israeli, the Dems might actually do something. Yeah, to free the Israeli. I saw, dude, I fucking saw, hold on, I actually have this pulled up. I saw people who, will say this charitably, people who dislike me on Twitter, who were doing the like, when did he get this fire? I hate Trump, or sorry, I hate Vosh, but when did he get based? Bullshit, with me being anti-Israeli, which I think is really funny. The idea of somebody who dislikes me being like, when did Vosh get so anti-Israel? You know, as if that. Again, listen, I don't expect everyone online to know everything about me. That'd be an insane thing for me to believe or to assume or to expect. But like, it is pretty funny. I saw thousands of comments in total that were to that effect. Maybe it's because a lot of lefties think that I'm liberal. So they assume that I must have like a NAFO type of, because I'm liberal, or like liberal in the sense that I support Ukraine and am critical of China. I'm not a campus, so they think like I must be pro-Israel as well. Not aware of the fact that I have been more anti-Israel longer than than a lot of people. I must say, Mallory McCuomo. I get it. Did she sexually harass over a dozen staffers? Stacey K. Every Zionist is a rapist. Every Zionist is pro-rape. If you are a Zionist, and I'm not joking, if you're like, one of the most distinguished characteristics of Israel is their love of rape. It's a national pastime. They riot for it, you know? It's like sports to them. If you are pro-Zionist, you are pro-rape. Iran doing the Lord's work. I mean, I'll take the accolades from people who think that, you know, Crimea is Russian or what. I mean, like, ought to be Russian. I'll take the accolades. I don't mind. You did live out during the 2024 elections? I lived out more during the 2020 elections, the 2024 elections. I think by the 2024 elections, I was engaging in a little bit of a death march, I think. But the 2020 elections more so. That was when a lot of people turned against me in 2020. You're going to live out so hard in 2028? Bet. Put money on that shit. I want a tier 4 sub if you're wrong. To be fair, you've been a bit campist recently when it comes to your attitude in Iran. I think that campism would be me downplaying the regime's evil, or me saying that they like they weren't killing protesters, they were killing like color revolutionary CIA backed insurgents before the war. Because I don't think that Iran's good. I just think that America and Israel are satanic, which is, I mean, it's a slight like I don't actually mind China glazing that much if you're still critical of them. Because I compliment China on a whole bunch of stuff, mostly related to nation building, like the genuine investment in building up a country rather than letting it be stripped for parts like we're doing over here. Um, but I'm very critical of them in the ways that I think are valid. But a lot of people are, you know, the campus types, they're just not willing to be critical at all of China, not even a little bit. In hindsight, do you still agree with your pro-Biden advocacy in 2020? If I had the benefit of foresight, if I would know that Biden would do nothing for 4 years except pardon a genocide and enable it, and then he would hand the keys to Trump, and Trump would be like 50 times worse than he was in Trump 1, I would have voted for Trump. Not because Trump was better than Biden, but because that way Trump would have burned out early with a neocon rhino cabinet, a bunch of unpopularity. He would have entered with like 37% approval and ended with like 29 or so. Like it's not that Trump was better than Biden. It was that if Trump was inevitable, which I mean, between this timeline and that, he is. I would rather he win in 2020 than 2024. I agree with that. Be like touching a hot iron willingly. Yeah, I don't know if I could make that argument convincingly because no one would believe me. If I try to convince you guys back in 2020, hey, Biden will win, but here's what'll happen. He will dedicate the second half of his presidency to lying to defend Israel in the face of an increasingly unpopular genocide. He will make sure the entire Democratic Party skews in his favor. He will insist on running again, even though he's so old that he won't even be able to debate Trump. Trump will win after beating Kamala, and then Trump will be 50 times worse than he would be if he won right now in 2020. You wouldn't believe me. You would assume I was crazy. And in fairness, I would also assume I was crazy if I was hearing that from someone else at that time. So, you know, what are you going to do? I also think the reason a lot of people might have thought you were pro-Israel is because Bad Empanada has been calling you pro-Israeli propagandist. Oh, well, Bad Empanada would call, like, Adolf Hitler pro-Israeli. So I don't know. I don't know how valid of a perspective that is necessarily. In a way, Hitler was pro-Israeli. Okay, okay. Let's not get into semantics here. You know what I'm... Do you think the recent China glazing on Twitter is a CCP psyop? No, I just think that, like, a lot of Americans recognize the fact that we have no like vision of the future in this country. We have no vision for a future. Whereas in China, over the course of my lifetime, 1994 to today, China has gone in many places from like a rural backwater into a genuine like super state. You know, cities have erupted from nothing. And in America, that has not only not happened, but America's only sunk into infrastructural ruin. We are poorer than we were in the 1990s when it comes to like percent allotment to states and municipal districts and so on. So I think a lot of it is just like people want to be part of a project. People want to believe that there can be a future. There's a reason why all futurist media nowadays is dystopian, like with basically no exceptions. In the 1950s and 60s, what's the future going to be like? Uranium-powered robots will do your laundry or whatever. Nowadays, what's the future going to be like? Everyone, top to bottom, poor, rich, white, black, whatever, everyone is like, well, it's going to be hell on earth, basically. And I don't know if they're wrong. Sure, but what good is it if they're still authoritarian? I think that, and please don't take this as a justification for authoritarianism. I think that what China is doing right now has more of a future than what we're doing right now, even though we are nominally a democracy. I think that bourgeois democracy is leading us into a pit that is actually going to be worse for the average person than what China is doing. Like, we are leading ourselves into a pit that is so deep and so dark that even China's authoritarianism will end up being potentially preferable. Not to say it's good, it's not. It's just that we're heading in a bad direction. China will be eventually too, by the way. China is capitalist, as you remind. It has not structurally fixed the problem. Necessary evil? No, there is nothing necessary about Chinese authoritarianism. They could be more democratic and they would be better for it. They aren't, and that's a problem. How the fuck are there 9,000 people watching? Hello, everyone. I thought for a second, I was like, oh, I'm rambling at the start of stream. It's going to be a slow start. And then I took a look at the YouTube window. Hey, Vosh, I'm fairly new to paying close attention to politics in general, but after seeing what Israel's doing, I want to help my mainstream news only watching mother see the truth. Any advice? Honestly, probably Zateo. I might be a little bit too bombastic for somebody who's used to watching mainstream media, but I think that Mehdi Hassan, who of course cut his teeth on MSNBC and then was fired for being too pro-Palestinian, I think that Zateo's work is probably your best bet. And it's very good. I mean, he's Mehdi Hassan is far better at at what he does than I am at what I do. So infinite accolades in that direction, you know? Are you suspicious of the weapons officer rescue story? Yes, extremely. But without any like more info coming out, I can't really. I think that right now you should disbelieve basically everything said by the U.S. government. Like, this administration lies easier than it breathes. Like, you should, just as a matter of fact, even if you're provided evidence for a point, you should doubt it by default. Besides democracy and authoritarianism, isn't there some third option? Well, I mean, I would argue that we don't live in a true democracy right now. Democracy kind of, at least conceptually, relies on easy access to reliable information so that you're an informed voter. If you're an uninformed voter, then like, who cares, right? You know, you have a democracy, but the only information you're given is state media. Who cares? I would argue we have a version of that right now under bourgeois democracy if the only media that we can access is funneled through the interests of capital. So, I mean, it'd be nice to try real democracy someday, I guess. That'd be cool, in my opinion. It just feels like Orientalism when online leftists glaze China as a Chinese person. 100%. Absolutely. Yeah. No, I fully agree. My glazing of China is conditional to its nation-building interest. The fact that despite being authoritarian and state capitalist, there is a genuine interest by the people in power in China to maintain a civilization, which sounds like a very vague and abstract, like, oh, wow, they're pro-civilization, isn't everyone? But I'd argue, like, no, Western capital has given up on it. We are in the private equity stage of late-stage capitalism. We're in the stage where the most powerful people aren't interested in building roads, bridges, projects, social services, anything that builds the nation up from the ground. Not just the nation, just anyone, everyone, right? They're only interested in skimming off the top. People have lost interest in building new things, only in scraping whatever dues they can get from the existing things, you know? And that's very grim. That's very grim. That being said, right now, I would rather live in America than China, for sure. I think a lot of people have really deluded themselves as to what life is like in China. On average, you are far poorer, have fewer rights, and enjoy fewer luxuries, and your work is a lot harder than in America. You have fewer labor protections, like across the board. It's better right now to live in America, for sure. Do you not agree anymore with Marx that the push for socialism is only possible within a bourgeois democracy rather than in an authoritarian government? Well, I think that's a bit of a simplification of what he believes, but I agree with the premise still, I think. If you completely give up on the concept of democracy, even bourgeois democracy, it's harder to sell people on socialism. You don't want people thinking the only way forward is a strongman. You know what I mean? You want people to believe that there is value in civic participation. Once people start disengaging from civil society, that's when you have a fucking problem. And it's a real problem today. This is the reason why I've made my JD Vance over Gavin Newsom takes. I am genuinely very concerned that if Democrats win again and then do nothing, it might disillusion like 50 million Democrat voters. Like, this feels like the big precipice, the big opportunity to get something done. Like, it's make or break, and then when they're given the ball, the Democrats just fumble, like they do nothing, just slaves to Israel, worship Israel, never criticize Israel, never fix anything. The capital class remains rampant, like nothing changes. And then you get a bunch of voters who don't then wake up the next day going, well, next time I'll vote for Bernie Sanders or whatever. They instead wake up and they think, well, I guess nothing actually matters. And that is what terrifies me. The apathy, yeah, the apathetic element, I think, is more dangerous than anything that any one Republican president could do, because you might end up convincing several generations of American left of center types to just disengage from civil society, and that basically gives Republicans not one term, but like 10. You know what I mean? You're giving them potentially, like, you're not just handing them a term, you're handing them the country. And that's very scary. Living in the Balkans, basically. Yeah, one of the reasons the Balkans are so, by and large, I'm generalizing, by and large, so corrupt and right wing is because a lot of the people there have disengaged from civil society. A lot of the people who live in those countries are like, well, the Soviets were authoritarian, and since then we've only had like ludicrously corrupt so-called Democratic candidates. So like, what the fuck is the point? They give up and they focus on just like keeping their nose down. I'm generalizing. But it is a tendency. You have a lot of apathy over there. And I think that makes them very susceptible to corruption because, like, if everyone's apathetic, no one fucking cares because it's like, well, it's always going to be like that. So people stop trying. And once people stop trying, the conclusion of the apathetic becomes correct. Not to say that being engaged always gets you good results, but it does get you better results on average than being apathetic. It's just very sad. It's very sad, you know? Serbia is a good example. Serbia, Hungary, Greece, Romania. Those are the ones off the top of my head. I don't know as much about, like, you know, I'm trying to think. Yeah, I don't know much about Kosovo. I don't know much about Bosnia and Herzegovina, Czechia. I'm trying to think, like, what other. I don't know as much about their governments. Slovenia seems all right. I've heard good stuff about Slovenia. Yeah, but I don't really know. 57% of people didn't vote in the last Greek election, but they spent all day crying about the government. Yeah, but that's a product of like 100 years of being disappointed, you know? Like every day the Greek people wake up and they're like, damn, my government sucks. But it always has, like it always will, you know? Like they wake up and they're like, well, we've tried trying, we've tried not trying, we've tried protesting, we've tried not protesting, we've done everything we can. I guess I'll just, I don't know, sit on the beach or something. I don't know, whatever they do. Fish? Maybe the problem is Greek people. That's probably true. It must be like a phrenological thing. Yeah. You think anything's going to happen tomorrow? I mean, that's a very vague question. Probably? Like, in the world? Maybe. Who else thought of Sam Cooke when he was naming Balkan countries he doesn't know much about? Okay, the political disenfranchisement is a thing that I know about the Balkan countries, but it is true that I'm not very like familiar with the Croat government. That is true. It's not something I'm very well read on. My understanding is that Croat men can't emote and they're all Hitler, but I could be wrong on that. I think I saw one of them on 90 Day Fiance once. Also very strong. That's true. That's true. I think by tomorrow he meant 8 p.m. EST. Okay, please forgive me because I'm a little bit scatterbrained right now. Can you please remind me what's happening tomorrow at 8 p.m. EST? Is there like a... Oh, you mean Trump's deadline? No, I don't think anything's going to happen. He's moved that deadline like 7 times. Vosh hates Eastern Europeans because they're not white enough for him. Buddy, I'm half Polish and quarter Irish. They weren't considered white until like 100 years ago. Polish people are still ambiguously white, depending on, you know, where exactly you're, you know, pulling it from. Basically, what I'm saying is that I can say the N-word. Can we? Okay, we'll skip the chaff. We'll cut to the wheat. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. I'm basically like the descendant of slaves. Thank you. We'll cut the clip there. We'll cut the clip there. Clip of me going viral / the future / type shit. I have no idea what I'm going to title that. Well, I'm not the one who titles it, I guess. Do you agree with Brianna Joy Gray now in that one Kyle Kalinske interview she did? What claim do I agree with or disagree with? I think that Brianna Joy Gray's obsession with the force the vote thing was and is genuinely stupid. I do think that a lot of her cynicism of the Democratic Party is well earned and justified, but I think that particular bugbear was like really dumb, and I think that her advocacy for it was self-destructive. I do stand by that. Yeah, I don't think that was good. Wasn't she paid by the Kremlin? Who among us? Why the fuck would Polish people not be white? Yeah, listen, okay, I didn't invent whiteness. I merely benefit from it every day when I, you know, don't get harassed by the cops while driving or whatever. Dude, people used to think Irish people weren't white. Irish people are like the whitest people on earth, but for some reason, they used to think they weren't white. That's crazy. You know that's real, right? Like that's a real thing. It pisses me off sometimes when people downplay that because they think the only reason to invoke that historical factoid is to complain that white people have had it as bad as black people, which is dumb. But like the fact that white people literally like that category didn't include Irish people for a while is insane, and also kind of says a lot about whiteness as a categorization. You know what I mean? It's like it's a pretty good argument against whiteness as a concept, in my opinion. Like the Irish people are like the whitest motherfuckers in the world. It's crazy. Pretty soon, all Latin people are going to be considered white. White used to only mean wasp. Yeah, no, I mean, it was like Anglo-Saxons, some Germanic people, some Northern Europe. Not even Northern Europe. Remember that one letter from that guy in the Civil War who was it Civil War, or was he from like Michigan in a workman's house or something? But he was complaining about the stinky Norwegians who were coming in. You know what I'm talking about? He was like, oh, these stinky Norwegians are coming in. They smell of fish and gruel or whatever. And he was talking about them like they were aliens. It was crazy. You know, loafers are from Norway? Norway or Finland? I think Norway. Loafers. I mean, we consider those classic, like, peak Americana now, but they're only about a century old. Was it Swedes? All Northern Europeans are the same to me. I don't really know the difference between Sweden, Norway, and Finland. Finland are the Russian-hating ones that worked with the Nazis for a bit. Norway is the one with the oil, with the National Sovereign Wealth Fund, and Sweden is the one that people make the funny accent from, like the Swedish chef, that one. That's all I know. And then you've got Denmark and the Netherlands, which I consider Northern European, kind of, I guess. They probably aren't. I don't know. It's got it in my head. It's Iceland. Legos? Legos! Yeah. In Lithuanian, the word for Swedes means rotten fish, smelly people. I believe that. Yeah, I believe that. Sweden's the PewDiePie country? Yeah. Kind of just sounds like everyone hated each other. Yeah, that's the reason why Nazi-style fascism was possible back in the 1930s, but isn't today. People just don't hate each other as much as they used to. It's crazy to think about because it feels like we live in an unprecedentedly hateful era, but a progressive in the 1900s, like the progressive position in the 1900s was like, Using phrenology, we can study the skulls of would-be criminals to separate them from civil society before they even commit crimes. We'll build a separate town for blacks, Irish, and Italians on the other side of the river so they may live... Oh, sorry. I'm being informed that our windows are open, so that... Okay, my partner just closed the door. Anyway, that was the progressive position like 120 years ago, you know? So yeah, people used to hate each other more. Not beating the weird neighbor claims. No one respects me when I tell them that streaming is the hardest job in the world. Still kind of like that in some places, yeah, maybe India. Yeah, well, it's basically primitive tribalism. So the more, like, respectfully, the more backwater a place is, the more likely. Like the Rwandan genocide. The Rwandan genocide was fueled by like a kind of interethnic tribalism that is basically non-existent in the developed world, but in the developing world still exists in some places. There are some countries where like tribal allegiances are still a real thing. You know, people in Norwegia fight over like their tribal ancestry. Did I just say Norwegia? I had Norway and Nigeria in my head there. I don't know why. Nigeria. To my knowledge, people in Norway do not fight over their tribal heritage, though maybe I'm wrong on that. I haven't been there. Norwegia. Norwegia's a crazy place. That would be a fucking... Norwegia sounds like a term a white supremacist would use to describe Norway after that 1% of their population becomes like Syrian refugees or something. Unless they're Sami? Yeah, that's true. My Kenyan granddad refused medical care from a nurse because she came from a different tribe. That is genuinely like you just don't see that kind of animosity in the modern world. You know what I mean? Like even American white supremacists would not by and large do that. Like that's an extremely rare case, you know? Like even today, for the most part, we have there's enough of a like spirit of commonality of internationalism uh that even the most like hardline racists probably wouldn't tank their own lives over something like that. But you know, in a lot of parts of the world, it's just crazy that for like 1,000 years, uh, English people and French people had to pretend that they were different. You know what I mean? Especially after like England and France both got invaded and colonized by the other ethnic group. So you had Anglo-Saxons on the northern banks of France, and you had fucking Normans in England, and they still have to pretend, after 1,000 years, they still have to pretend that they're like fundamentally different people. Um, so stupid. Normans are technically Scandinavian. That's a early 20th century progressive position. If you look at the skulls of a uh, of a Norman, you'll find a dimple around the temple that marks the heritage of a Northern European. All right. We're being goofballs. You know that? We're being goofballs. In Texas, a liberal judge quoted a law as precedents for allowing bans on firearms in private businesses, but they didn't realize the law in question was an English law passed in the late 1300s after a Welsh revolt to stop them from arming themselves. That's so fucking funny, dude. The Welsh. Are the Welsh really the closest ethnic descendants of the Romans, like in Vinland Saga, or was that made up in the manga? Is that true? Because in Vinland Saga, it was like they were traveling England and then they saw the Welsh people and all the Welsh people just looked Roman. And I don't know if that's true. It's true, it's not true? Okay, cool, gotcha, great. They're Celtic? Wouldn't Celtic be like The farthest from Roman? Okay, yeah. That seems a little weird then. It's Celtic? Not in my language, buddy. Not in my language. The Celtic people were there when the Romans conquered Britannia, and then the Anglo-Saxons arrived after the Romans fell. Yeah, and then you have the Normans, and then you have the Scandinavian, the Vikings and stuff. Man, it's crazy. So much history there, you know? So much history. Vinland Saga isn't exactly historically accurate. I know. That's why I'm asking. I'm trying to expand my knowledge of the world. Okay, I'm just trying to. You're right in your pronunciation of Celtic. I am 1/4 Irish. You know, I have to get this. Have to get this right. Not gonna lie, you know so little about antique / early medieval Europe. It's genuinely hilarious. I listen, okay. I'm sorry that I haven't played like EU4 or whatever the fuck, fucking Universalis, or I'm not a Roman Empire lad. I think that I probably know more than the average American. You're wounding my pride a little bit. Not a high bar, sir. Yeah, yeah. Fuck you. This isn't EU4 shit. This is basic history. The ethnic descendancy of the Welsh? Maybe to the Welsh. They're probably like not even in the top 20 ethnic groups. And yes? Okay, whatever. C-tier ethnic group. All right, all right. You're sounding like a 20th century progressive again. Reel it back. Dude, there's some fucking Lexi Glorp's mad as fuck. Oh my god. I'm getting roasted over here. What are your top three ethnic groups? I don't want to talk about it. My top 3 ethnic groups will only be known after American society fractures, the country balkanizes, and we now have distinct names for American ethnic groups that up until this point have not been recognized. A Northeastern American, a Southeastern American, and a Northwestern American are not the same. They're not the same. They're just not. What are your bottom 3? I can't answer that.
Morons in the Democratic Party that think for the third time they can demean the far left part of our party and try to play patty cake with fascists and that they're going to win again is such a fool's errand. So I was really curious about this. So I researched. I remembered during Zoran Mamdani's mayoral campaign that Cuomo was sitting there talking about Hassan Piker all the time. And I was like, what is he doing talking about Hassan Piker? And let's just remember, Cuomo lost the mayoral race twice. He is a back-to-back loser on that race. And he used this whole thing that Zoran pals around with Hassan Piker. So I was just curious, is the person working on Mallory McMorrow's campaign the same person that worked on Andrew Cuomo's campaign? And it was just a gut instinct I had. And I'll be goddamned if it's not the same person.
I actually didn't know this. That's crazy.
And the people who lose these Democratic campaigns, who operate on hubris and think they're 10 foot tall and bulletproof, and they think that they can say, on the one hand, we need a Joe Rogan of the left. And then you have this guy who always platforms universal human rights. He is not an anti-Semite.
I saw one of the third way centrist M type Twitter people unironically arguing that Hassan Piker was that Hassan Piker was worse than Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan, the guy who like 24/7 platforms and praises Republicans. Not just Republicans, but like Peter Thiel, like deep state, evil fucking people, and just agrees with them, pals around with them, launders their reputation. It's crazy. Like, Joe Rogan has objectively done more harm than, like, Alex Jones times 10, easily. To say that Hassan Piker is worse than him is a position so Israeli that it's beyond comprehension.
He will not leave one group aside. And why Hassan is so important, the reason I even know who Hassan is because my sons listen to him. And he has a massive network of engaging young men away from this horrific Andrew Tate, Joe Rogan. I want to go triple Trump, quadruple Trump. I want women to be submissive. Hassan is the antidote to that. And for this centrist candidate to do what we know fails, what we know doesn't work, and it makes me want to bang my head up against the wall, because that person who led Andrew Cuomo to back-to-back defeats, I'm sorry, I just think you're not that good at your job, and maybe you need to do something different, and you shouldn't be working on another political campaign with the exact same tactic.
Well, let's not ask them to be more competent than they already are. You know? Like, I'm fine with them. I'm glad that there seems to be a relationship between incompetence and servility to Israel in the Democratic Party, you know? Sarah Longwell posted a Cope thread in Hassan. I think I saw this the other day. Or is this a new one? Oh God, no, it's a new one. Jesus fuck. This Republican up until 5 minutes ago, this is the woman who lobbied to lower or like make more lax drunk driving laws because she was a lobbyist for big alcohol. One of the funny things about kicking the DSA Hornet's Nest is how much I've learned about my own role in formulating the game plan for Kamala's 24 campaign. Apparently, I was in charge. I organized the Cheney event. Oh, she's mad. I ain't reading that shit. Free Palestine. After Walid Shahid described how Muslim Arab voters felt betrayed by Biden's apathy towards Palestinian suffering, Sarah Longwell responded by summing up their feelings as a temper tantrum. Nice. Yeah, that sounds about right. She has no actual opinions or stances. Well, this is what I mean about the death of democracy and apathy, right? Like, why would you ever, as a voter, pay attention to politics when every person in the media and in Washington not only is evil, but doesn't even believe the stuff they say they believe? Like, so you vote in a person whose positions you nominally agree with, and then it turns out that they just don't believe in that and they do a different thing? Like, what do you... Like, what's the point of democracy if there's like a fucking dice roll every time you elect the candidate and then they pull a Fetterman and they're a different guy? The comments in the Bulwark video were unanimously against her. Yeah. People like her, incredibly unpopular, but they do have a lot of money. One second. Trump had a big old press conference today, didn't he? Is it still going on? I thought it started 2 hours ago. Has he been going this whole time? Biden could never.
More people. Dasha, go ahead. Dasha, go.
You said that very little is off
Damn,
limits
he's been
in
at it for a
Iran
while.
as far
Take 4 years. And he told me, sir, it won't. It'll take 4 weeks and you'll have time left over. And that's exactly what happened. So he's great. And Pete, all I can say is that he was treated very unfairly. And now those same people that treated him unfairly, that fought against him, they called me up saying, what a great choice he was. I said, well, what happened during his nomination? What happened to you? I'm telling you, people that were...
Watch it live? Dog, it's 2 hours. I don't know if I can... I think we have to Aaron Rupar this shit. He has been very, very, very active today. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Holy shit. Okay, they hopped him up on the adrenochrome today.
We look forward to it. But I just want to say we have a great military. We have the greatest military, the most powerful military any place in the world. You saw what happened with Venezuela. And it's an honor. I built it on my first term, and I didn't know I was going to be using it this much in my second term, but it's my honor.
Neither did any of your voters.
The greatest people on earth. Our warriors are the greatest fighters on earth. And They very much appreciate you and love you, and that's why they do it. Very special. So today is a very special day. It's a day where we celebrate Jesus. It's a day where we celebrate religion.
Do you think he knows what Easter is meant to celebrate? Like, genuinely, do you think he knows?
And it's an honor to be the President of the United States. Our country is doing so well, like it has never done before. You'll see that very shortly. And things that we've done have not been done before. We've broken every record on the stock market. We've broken every record in our military. And what about the rescue that took place yesterday? What about that?
Yeah, we'll look into that. Like I said earlier, there's a lot of really fishy stuff around there. It's, you know, it's obviously like a big propaganda point. Oh, we did a daring Black Hawk Down rescue, whatever else. I'm interested in looking more into it. Oh yeah, his hand is very discolored. I don't know. Can you guys see that? Right there? You can see the discoloration when the light is on it. He was gone for a couple of days, like throughout the weekend from Wednesday, so my guess is that he stroked out again, and they had him on the standard medical care. That would be my guess.
What? We killed Soleimani. Without Soleimani, if they had Soleimani, it would be a whole different thing. Maybe. We'd still be winning, but it would have been harder. Because
they scuttled like 6 little birds, 2 C-130s, and a transport truck. How many C-130s do we have? So you're telling me that if we force America to commit to like another 100 rescue operations, eventually our entire transport fleet will be gone? Hundreds? A billion? Okay, we just so a couple more times then.
Are obliterating that country. And I hate to do it, but we're obliterating, and they just don't want to say uncle. They don't want to cry, as the expression goes, uncle, but they will. And if they don't, they'll have no bridges, they'll have no power plants, they'll have no anything. I won't go further because there are other things that are worse than those two.
Straight up, are we going to do this for every pilot that gets downed? POWs are a huge deal in the modern day. The propaganda effect of being able to make like videos with a captured pilot or weapons officer is it's not only huge, it's also like basically unprecedented. Because the last time we had a conflict where when was the last time a service member was captured and ransomed off by a hostile military, not just a hostile country, during active conflict? It's pretty uncommon, especially for a pilot weapons officer. Afghanistan. It did happen a couple times in Afghanistan, but usually it was even then the Taliban back then didn't really have the propaganda wing that Iran has today. It's just not very common.
And we might have, well, the thing, if I had my choice, what would I like to do? Take the oil. Because it's there for the taking. There's not a thing they can do about it. Unfortunately, the American people would like to see us come home. If it were up to me, I'd take the oil. I'd keep...
Unfortunately, the American people would like to see us come home. Unfortunately.
The oil, I would make plenty of money. And I'd also take care of the people of Iran, much better than they've been taken care of. It's been horrible. They've killed 45,000 people as of a month and a half ago. 45,000 protests.
Number keeps going up.
We don't do that. So if I had my choice, I'd keep the oil. But I also want to make the people of our country happy. I think most people wouldn't understand that.
Apparently, Brigado 2009 Afghanistan. Huh. My main point is just it's relatively uncommon. We don't want to give that to Iran. Always yapping.
Yeah, I think most people wouldn't understand that. I'll give you an example. Venezuela has worked out so incredibly. We have 100 million barrels of oil right now in Houston being refined. It's been great. The relationship with Venezuela, the leaders, has been fantastic. And I think we're going to have a long-term, very good relationship. And it might be beyond long-term. You understand?
Mr. President, when do you... Mr. President, when you say the Americans, Mr. Mr. President, when you say the American people don't want that, how do you know that? Are you listening to polls?
Well, I tell you what, I'm pretty good at this stuff, and I go around and I check. They'd like to see us win and come home. And I appreciate CNN for the first time maybe in my life. They did a poll, and everyone's saying, oh, is Trump losing MAGA? No, I'm not losing MAGA. MAGA loves what I'm doing. And CNN did a poll of MAGA voters, a big poll, very important poll. Harry.
It is, I know this is a widely discussed element of the presidency, but it is genuinely appalling how fucking retarded our president is. Like, beyond him being crazy and sundowning everything, he's actually just, like, very low IQ. Largely because of the age. Like, Trump was pretty quick-witted back before the age caught up to him. You can see plenty of clips of him back in the 2000s, 1990s, where he's, you know, he's evil, of course. Terrible person, but he's, you know, pretty quick-witted. But he is now, like, genuinely he's, like, disabled, essentially. It's quite bad.
And he went on, he said, this is amazing, 100% support. He said, I've never had a 100% poll at anything before. And it's, do you support Trump, MAGA people, which is, by the way, mostly Republican. And if you look.
The MAGA people are mostly Republican. I'm taking notes.
I would say MAGA makes up a majority, like about 95% of the Republican Party, all right? So they went out, they did a poll, and CNN came back 100% support. So they support what we're doing, but they would like to see it end and come back. But remember, wars last years. We're in there for 34 days, and we've obliterated a very powerful country.
Very reassuring, Mr. President.
And we've obliterated a very powerful country in 34 days. Yeah, if it were up to me, I'd like to keep the oil. I just don't think the people of the United States would really understand.
45-day ceasefire.
This is the clip I saw.
Yeah, who are you with? Who are you with? PBS. Well, that's a radical left group of lunatics that you're with. Let me just tell you, very fair question. The Iranian people, when they don't hear bombs go off, they're upset. They want to hear bombs because they want to be free. And the only reason they're not out protesting, you know that, is because they were informed that if they protest, like the wrestler and his friends, if they protest, they will be shot immediately. And that's an edict. That's in writing.
Edict.
If they protest, if they go out in the streets, they will be immediately shot.
How is it taking care of the Iranian people?
Seems Russia sending a second tanker to Cuba. Thank God.
So I'm very upset with a certain group of people, and they're going to pay a big price for that. But the Iranian people will fight back as soon as they know they're not going to be shot and as soon as they can get weapons. If they had weapons, not many of them, if they had weapons that would go in the other way, and you know what would happen? Iran would give up in 2 seconds because they wouldn't be able to take it. But in Iran, they have absolutely no weaponry, and they've been told point blank, if you come out to the streets, you will be killed. As of this morning, and we have this on pretty good information, 45,000 protesters have been killed.
This music is so jazzy.
Pretty bad.
So good.
Are you on board with the 45-day ceasefire?
You said Iran has been obliterated. Why are we still having war then?
It's a big country. They can't fight back. They have no capability. I mean, they have some missiles left. They have some drones left, but essentially they have no capability. They had a lucky shot with an airplane, but we got them back out. The rescue was incredible. And it wasn't of one person, it was of two-person. There are those that say that's never happened before, because usually when you're shot down in strong enemy and deep enemy territory, you can't go after them because you'll end up losing 250 people to get one. So it's a terrible thing. But we had to make a decision. Do we do it or do we not? And we did.
God.
A news conference in a little while. What would you like to ask her?
What she wants to say, Madam First Lady, can you tell us your message to children who find themselves in war?
Well, all of this is happening for their future, so they will be safe in years to come.
You think J.D. Vance is in the bunny? I would put him in the bunny, for sure. Why did tens of millions of people take to the streets to protest the Iraq War when 75% of Americans supported the war? But when only 30% of Americans support the war in Iran, there have been no major protests at all? Death of civil society. 25 years ago, people believed that there was a relationship between what the people wanted and what actually happened, and now we don't think that. It's really that simple, and that's the Great Death. That's the civilizational death. You know, that'll hurt us more than anything, basically. The last gasp was the George Floyd protests. That was the last. I don't know. That was the last like wave. And even then, that didn't really change anything. I mean, the Iraq War protests didn't stop the war either. Trump threatens to kill all Iranians. Okay, we'll get to that point. Okay, we're catching up. It's been a busy day. It's been a busy day. Okay.
What else?
Nice meme.
What do you say to Americans who are not a fan of the war?
They're foolish because the war is about one thing. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Had we not broken the Barack Hussein Obama agreement, you know what I'm talking about, the Iran nuclear deal. This is years ago, my first term. You would have had a total.
No Kings. Listen, I support the No Kings protests, but they really are pathetically tiny. Like, the proportional size of the No Kings protests and their, I guess, level of aggression relative to what's happening in this country is nothing, really. I'm in favor of the protests, and I'm not criticizing them necessarily for being liberal. I'm only saying that if you take the, like, proportionally how big these protests are and compare them not only to big protests in America's past, but also to like pro-democracy protests in other countries, they really are quite tiny. And I just think the main thing is that people no longer believe they have any say in the future of this country. That's it. People are just feeling hopeless. Really, I think that's it. I think that's the more than anything. It's not because they're liberal or whatever. It's just because people know, they think it's just inevitable. There's just like a marching decline that can't be stopped.
Israel would have been gone, extinguished. Israel would have been wiped off the face of the earth, and the entire Middle East would have been, at a minimum, in big trouble. But I did it. That was phase one. We killed Soleimani.
You're dooming. Trump just promised to obliterate Israel, and you're dooming.
How did I do with the voters that do eggs? Awesome. Did you say 100% or 99%? 100%. Did anybody in the egg industry vote for Kamala?
Kamala.
She's a low IQ person. Who's a lower IQ person, Biden or Kamala? That's close. That's probably the toughest question. That's a tough question.
No Kings is not small. Compared to the size of the country and the scale of what's happening to the country under Trump, I would say they're quite small, yeah. If you compare them to pro-democracy protests in other countries, I think you'll find they often are. What about the Minneapolis protests? Well, that wasn't really about the size of the protest. That was about local resistance to ICE raids. It's not really a protest, right? It's more like police response, but I mean, those were great. Other countries don't have police as militarized. Oh, no. Come on. You can attend a protest in America without really facing any risks. I guarantee you that people who protest in, like, former Soviet countries or the Balkans or Greece or whatever face much more risk protesting than Americans do. You talk sometimes how impossible it is for there to be a great leader who radically changes the direction of a country, a la 20th century leaders. I think protesters feel that too. The idea of what to take, what to control isn't even thought in their minds. Yeah, no, I think it's easier to envision a a big pro-democracy protest if you can imagine ousting a leader. Like, for instance, the Ukrainian Euromaidan protests. Those protesters could imagine, they could envision, like, if we ousted Yanukovych, we could put in real change. Like, you could change, you could fix something. And they were right. By ousting Yanukovych, they did legitimately remove a significant portion of Russian influence over the country. You know, it was like impactful. It was effective. It did something. But now, like, we all know, even if you could somehow oust Trump, which you can't, there's no protest you can do that would oust Trump, right? At least none that you betas would be willing to do. What happens after you oust him? JD Vance? What happens if you oust JD Vance? Well, nothing happens. We all know, or at least a lot of people, I think, intuitively understand the reason the country is the way it is not because of Trump or any of the individuals in Trump's cabinet, but rather because of a confluence of material forces that are acting through Trump. That's the reason why the Democrats are so ineffective. Now, if the Democrats were an effective opposition party, things might be different. If Democrats were as, you know, committed to opposition as they were to the Republicans back in, say, 1936, then you might see some, like, real gumption with the protests, because now you know what the alternative is. You know what the stakes are. But right now, like, what? So a protest, the George Floyd protest, what do they change? Literally nothing. No kings? What happens? Literally nothing. I don't know. It's very grim. Like I said, the withdrawal from civil society is the death of democracy. Democracy is more of a cultural affect than it is a system of government. You need people who are willing to engage with and participate in it. Otherwise, democracy is just a system of rules that legitimize the ruler that might have just been, you know, imposed in an authoritarian manner. Democracy exists only to legitimize. In my opinion. I don't know why I care about Vosh's criticisms of American protests. He's just watching from his PC. I think that's a very salty way of engaging with the nuanced point that I just put out. Like, pardon me for glazing myself. I think I just put forward a decent argument for you to respond with a, you know, dejected, oh, well, he's just a streamer. It's true, I am. And I you know, I was born this way. I can't help it. But, like, don't be glum, or don't reject the premise. And also, I'm not criticizing the protest. I'm just pointing out that they're not doing anything, and that's a fact, and you shouldn't take that as an insult. I'm not like those Twitter lefties who are saying, like, everyone at the No Kings protests are you know, liberals, they're useless, they want to go back to brunch, blah blah blah. I think their participation is fantastic. I'm just pointing out that I think a lot of people feel apathetic about the potential for protests to meaningfully change anything. That's what a critique is. But there is a difference between a critique of American civil society and our apathy versus a critique of, like, a protester. When you criticize a protest, or when a person accuses you of criticizing a protest, you're implying that you're, like, against the protest, or you think the people in the protest are in some way useless, and that's not the point that I'm making. Do you think it's doing literally nothing? I think it's doing literally nothing, but it's still good that it's happening. But, like, you think of the protests are like a formless expression of antagonism that is meaningless until it takes shape, you know? Like a hand grasping for a sword. Normally, in a functioning country, this would be the purpose of the Democratic Party, to be the oppositional force, to be the sword, to be the vehicle through which you could channel antagonism. If the Democrats were a competent opposition party, not only would Kamala not have lost, they would have won by like 60-40 margins. It would have been like a +20 across the country. Unfortunately, that's not the country that we live in. So in the absence of a competent Democratic Party, we're kind of struggling right now to imagine, well, like, how do you build up that that sword? How do you like have a decisive blow? What can a protest do? What can it accomplish? You know? And it's tough. That's difficult. Will people get less apathetic closer to the election, maybe? Well, depends on who they're voting for. I mean, if our best options like Gavin Newsom, I don't know. I mean, what do you, how excited can people really get? A world without those protests would be worse? Yeah, of course. Yeah, I've never said otherwise. I think it's great when people go out and protest. I've always said so.
Mr. President, how would it not be a war crime to strike Iran's bridges and power plants?
Because they killed 45,000 people in the last month, more than that. I think it could be as much as 60. They kill protesters, they're animals. And we have to stop them, and we can't let...
Sorry, Vosh, this is a dumb take. Protesters showing opposition helps people organize. Okay, this really frustrates me, but thankfully my temper has calmed a bit over the years of doing this job. You have to argue against the positions I have, not the positions you're making up in your head. I have said I think the protests are a good thing. I have exclusively spoken positively about the protesters and about the act of protesting. Like, just please keep that in mind, okay?
Them have a nuclear weapon, very simple. They want a nuclear weapon. They've been trying for a long time. I stopped them with the Obama...
You said they do literally nothing? Yes, that is true. These are not in any way mutually exclusive statements. Sorry, if you want a more nuanced take, what I would say is that they preserve the spirit of American civil participation, even if they have no outcome. Saying they're doing literally nothing isn't total positivity. Oh my God, there's a difference between saying that a protest is bad or disagreeing with the protest and saying that right now they're impotent because they're lacking an additional element. They need the additional element. That's the point. The protests on their own aren't effective because they lack the mechanism by which change can be affected. If like a general strike, for example, isn't merely an expression of civil participation, you are threatening the country by withholding labor. You know, something has to happen. A No Kings protest is a good show of popular opposition, but at the end of the day, nothing actually changes. That's the criticism. It's the fact that there's no hammer. You know, you're moving your hand like this, but nothing's striking the iron. But that's not, but it's still good to get out there. I don't know. I feel like some people I've noticed, like, when people go to these protests, they think like a lot of you went to the George Floyd protests. I hope you don't now take offense at my suggestion they didn't accomplish anything. Do you think that's me speaking against the George Floyd protests? Like you interpret that as me being against them conceptually? Come on.
Horrible Iran nuclear deal. I stopped him in a lot of different ways. We got rid of Soleimani, the evil genius. He was an evil genius. We got rid of him. And then we stopped him with the B-2 bombers not so long ago, and we didn't do it.
I interpret whatever position's most combative. That's fair. That's fair. That's very good.
Also happening at a time where we're in a very, very powerful, you could call it a military operation. People like me to call it that because they don't like me using the word war. Because they say, he said war. But let's call it a military.
Little Seath guys, the right is far more mobilized than the left is right now. Actually, I'd like to add a little bit of cumin, a little bit of cilantro, if I might, to your take. The right is actually very poorly organized. It's just they have an overwhelming amount of money behind them. Whenever the right gets anything done, it's not because of a massive outpour of public support for their positions. The right doesn't usually show up to protests. They don't usually show up in big movements. They don't flood town halls. They don't really show themselves in public that much. When the right gets something done, it's because they have an overwhelming amount of power, money, and capital influence, you know, because all the powerful people who get to make those decisions are already in bed with the right. Unfortunately, we're fighting an uphill battle here, which is, you know, it's not great. But I do not think the right is well organized. They're actually, like, I would argue, far worse in their organization than us. We just need better organization. We're fighting with a handicap, or maybe they're fighting with one, I guess.
operation. But no, Jared's doing a great job. NASA's amazing, actually amazing, and that's some ship. And also happening at a time where we're in a very, very
significant legal challenge to your arch. Do you think that you can get that built, or at least start building it before you leave office? Who's doing a legal challenge? It's a group of veterans, sir.
A group of veterans?
Because it obstructs the viewshed between Arlington National Cemetery and the...
You gotta be kidding.
A significant legal challenge to your arch. Do you think...
These fucking... War crime talks, do. Joe Walsh, servant to Israel, blah, blah, blah.
I want to read what President Trump posted about Iran yesterday. Quote, Tuesday will be power plant day and bridge day, all wrapped in one, in Iran. Open the effing, he actually used the word, straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell.
Would a one-day general strike ever do anything, lol? There's no such thing as a one-day general strike. A true general strike has no specific end date and is an apocalyptic threat to a country's economy. There's no way to do like a fancy, you know, oh, no shopping today, whatever. A general strike is like a death knell to a country. It's more devastating to a country than a war. A general strike carried out for a week across the United States would cause more economic harm than a carpet bombing campaign from the rest of NATO against us. That is the point of a general strike. It would be essentially an act of war against the American economy, and it would be treated as such by the American government. That's the reason why, say, in Canada, every time there's even a whiff of a strike in a necessary industry, Trudeau, or now, you know, Mark, instantly shuts it down.
How hopeful are you that approach will bring Iran to the table?
Well, thank you for having me on this morning. Obviously, when the President of the United States speaks, everybody listens. That message was completely tailored for the Iranian leadership.
That is good.
And I think that obviously with Witkoff and Kushner involved in the negotiations and negotiation at a certain level.
What's up with this guy's face? Evil people have evil-looking faces. The evil warps their face. Phrenology is correct. We done with the Easter bits and the rest of it's the Trump press conference? Yeah, it looks like it. Okay, we got so much to catch up on. Christ alive. All right, 1 second. Trump Easter bits. So you're saying in order to fix things, we need to unionize again? Unionizing can't really work the way it used to. There's no job security. Nobody talks to anyone else. Everyone's got gig work bullshit. I don't think unions are coming back. Unions are going to end up being as antiquated as everything else we associate with the 20th century, like original fascism, labor organizing. Something new will be needed. I don't really know what it is. Maybe we're all just going to die. Well, we are all going to die one day.
It's a great honor to be with you, and happy Easter. We had a great Easter. This is one of our better Easters, I think, in a lot of different ways. I can say militarily, it's been one of the best.
Random Hitler moment. Fuck was that phrenology sentence? Phrenology is correct. If a person's evil, you can see it on their face. It's true. I would invite you to look at literally any Republican, voter, or politician. You can see it. It's very clear. Scientific evidence is mounting. I will be reviled in my time, but respected after my time for this.
So, good afternoon. We have quite a bit to discuss. We'll go into pretty good detail. The entire country could be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see, bucko. All the bullshit about the weapons officer rescue, I'll talk about that later if I want to. But my interest in it is a little bit shaky, I'll say.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said Iranians would be mad if you stopped these attacks. But
Ableist,
why would
but okay.
they want you
that
to
is
blow
correct.
up
I am
their
ableist.
infrastructure to cut off?
I am bigoted against the ability to do evil. It is true.
Their power. Wouldn't that be punishing Iranians for the actions of the regime?
They would be willing to, and it's suffering, they would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians have, and we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living.
I acknowledge you're probably right, but it feels counterintuitive to be as cynical as you are sometimes. Oftentimes you sport a more pragmatic or optimistic. Wait, in what respect am I being cynical? Accelerates the arguments, but it feels antithetical. I don't know. I guess I kind of feel like there is a historical precedent to this, you know. It's not as though every overriding hegemonic ideology has been overthrown the moment people thought of critiques against it. We might just be waiting right now until neoliberalism throws us off a cliff. I just want to survive the fall, if you know what I mean. You said unions are going to be useless and we need something else. Maybe we're all just going to die. Oh, well, white boy can't say shit anymore without somebody having a problem with it. Union participation has been going down for longer than I've been alive. We have to recognize this as a fact. If our hope for the future resides on the assumption that for some reason unions are just going to magically reappear and become more popular, I just don't think that's going to happen, especially given the fact that existing unions aren't even particularly progressive. Like the Teamsters union, you know? Like it's like you even the remaining unions we have are not exactly like bulwarks of socialist ideology. It's possible that like history will in the future unveil another avenue for us. But right now, I gotta say the union path is not one I'm feeling very good about. It seems to me like the abstraction of the American economy has made it increasingly difficult to imagine a general strike being the most effective way to bring about social change. A general strike makes more sense when your whole your whole economy is made up of like textile industry, factories, you know. If you stop working, you can physically see a city shut down. You see the smokestacks over the factories stop producing smoke. You can see a city grind to a halt. What happens now? I don't know. A bunch of Starbucks close. What, Silicon Valley tech jobs, emails don't get answered until a week later? I don't know. Not to say there would be no effect, only that it's less... It's more abstract. It's less immediate. So it doesn't feel as straightforward of a path to change. Nice, Nicky Bugs. 100%.
Where the bombs are exploding, and when we leave and we're not hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back, come back, come back. These are the people. Yes, please.
This is a pretty US-specific union critique, I feel. Well, that is the country I'm talking about, though what I'm saying does apply to an extent to Western European countries as well. You're all sinking into the pit, too. Do keep that in mind.
I don't know what they do. All I can tell you is they want freedom. They have lived in a world that you know nothing about. It's a violent, horrible world where if you protest, you are shot.
Do you think of Czechia as part of the Balkans? Everything east of France is Balkan as far as I'm concerned. What is Germany, if not the descendant of the Holy Roman Empire, which was the original Balkanized niche micro-ethnic state? America's a Balkan state? That's true. I agree.
So, yeah, there were people within the military that said it's a wise. And don't forget, how many men did you send altogether, approximately, for the operation?
I'd love to keep that a secret.
Okay, well, we are. But I will tell you, the number, I'll keep it a secret, but it was hundreds. And hundreds of these people, it's pretty good. Is he central casting? But hundreds of people
oh my God.
went into this journey. Hundreds of people could have been killed. Forget about the equipment. A lot of equipment. Nobody cares.
Nobody cares. Holy shit, dude. We lost 10,000 people rescuing that weapons officer. Hey Vosh, you suck. Were those shekels? Yeah, keep sending them over. I'll drain your damn economy.
Look what happened. I mean, the women are being executed because they're not properly clothed, they say. They're not properly clothed, and they execute the women. They shoot them right on the street. No, you have a much different group of people. Now, I'm not saying we are dealing with them. Essentially, they have till 8 o'clock tomorrow night, Eastern time. But we are dealing with them. I think it's going well. Mr. Witkoff is here, and JD's involved in the dealing. Look what happened. I mean,
it's crazy how much nothing is going to happen at 8 p.m. ET tomorrow. I might not even be streaming. Like, the odds of something happening are so low.
47 years. This should have been handled by 7 presidents, a lot of presidents. And those presidents are saying now, every one of them to their friends, we should have done this a long time ago. So it's not something I like doing. It's very dangerous, and we're getting them at the height of their strength. If I didn't terminate the Barack Hussein Obama Iran nuclear deal, they would.
All right, I imagine a lot of this is going to be
how Israel can vote for a Democrat is if you're Jewish in New York City or any place else in this country, and how you can vote for a Democrat is unbelievable, because how
crazy to imagine. That's the official third way position, by the way. If Hassan's views get represented in the Democratic Party broadly, Jews should just vote for Republicans.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the question. Deliberate attacks on civilian infrastructure violate the Geneva Conventions and international law.
Who are you with?
I'm with the New York Times. Zolan from the New York Times.
The failing New York Times. All right, buddy. How about you tell me what does NATO stand for? Tell me it's the North. What is it? The failing New York Times. I bet you don't know.
Are you
failing?
Are you concerned?
Circulation way down at the New York Times.
Are you concerned that your threat to bomb power plants and bridges amount to
No, not at all. No, I'm not. I hope I don't have to do it. But again, I just said 47 years they've been negotiating with these people. They're great negotiators, and because they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And if somebody that takes my place...
If Dems were a real opposition party, they treat Fox News and Newsmax how Trump treats the New York Times. If the Democrats were a real opposition party, Fox News would be gone. I genuinely think you can make a credible case for over half the people on the upper echelons of management for Fox News being an actual capital T traders. A lot of them openly aided and abetted the enemy in an insurrectionary attempt to seize power and behead the United States government. As far as I'm concerned, that's all it takes. Lock them up.
Today is weak and ineffective, which possibly that will happen because we had numerous presidents that were weak, ineffective, and afraid of Iran. We're never going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And if you think it's okay for people that are sick of mind, that are tough, smart, and sick, really sick.
Do you think cultural malaise can be defeated / reversed? Zach Polanski's slogan in the UK has been "Make hope normal again." I hope this doesn't come across as too defeatist, but right now my position is that so much capital is being held out of the reach of taxation that the answer is no, because no politician is powerful enough to change that. You would basically need like a joint financial crackdown across Western Europe to be able to, because we're not just talking about money that's out of hands in your government. For one, you have to prevent capital flight, and for two, so much of that money is held overseas in illegal tax-free accounts. Like, you would need a ridiculously well-coordinated effort to go after, and I just don't know if the public will is there. How many people are aware of the extent to which we've been raped and dissolved? Like, does the average American wake up and think, how is it that we are wealthier and more productive than any country in human history, but back in the 1940s we built thousands of miles of roads and bridges, and today we can barely afford to upkeep the stuff we built 80 years ago? Do you think the average person thinks about that? How is it that objectively our technology, the efficiency with which we produce things, And the amount of money we have going around is greater than it ever has been, but we can produce less. I don't think people think that. So how many Americans would be willing to, co-sign on like an international effort to crack down on the missing capital that would, it would be like I don't know if it would literally be a bloody affair, but it would be a very difficult process. It would take years and years. And you'd be fighting uphill the whole way because all the media is owned by capital. I think that like that's what needs to be done, essentially. You need to prevent the hollowing out of our society. You have to de-private equity everything, and I don't know, man. It's real bad. The advent of trillionaires? We'll live to see trillionaires. Why do we need anyone to co-sign? Just do it? Well, that would be nice.
From a policy standpoint, from a standpoint, any which way you want to say, mentally, these are disturbed people. If you think I'm going to allow them, and powerful and rich, to have a nuclear weapon, you can tell your friends at the New York Times, not going to happen.
It means violating international law.
Quiet. You no longer have credibility at the New York.
That's me. That was me yesterday. North American Treaty Organization, you sound insane. Why do I even listen to you people? This is why no one reads the failing New York Times.
But we're giving them till tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern time, and after that, they're going to have no bridges, they're going to have no power plants. Stone Ages, yeah, Stone Ages.
I don't think anything's going to happen.
We haven't heard that in, I think, maybe hundreds of years. Now, with Venezuela, and just so you understand, the people of Venezuela, they say if I ran for president of Venezuela, I'm polling higher than anybody has ever polled in Venezuela. So after I'm finished with this, I can go to Venezuela. I will quickly learn Spanish. It won't take too long. I'm good at language.
I think your commentary about the collapse of the American Empire being like the collapse of the Roman Empire will come true. People are only going to realize they're in a gilded society when there's no gold left. Yeah, kind of. I think that, like, from our perspective, this comes across as all, like, very dramatic. But from the average person's perspective, life is just slowly getting harder and less hopeful, you know? But it's not like it's a frog boiling. It's the average person. I don't think they understand the immediacy of the moment, so they're not going to agree to immediate solutions. People agree in the abstract, like, yeah, we need to retax the billionaires, redistribute the wealth. Even Republicans, for the most part, they're on board with this, with the policy solutions to wealth inequality. But that's not quite the same as co-signing what would be necessary. A war against the capital class across just the West. No, we're not even talking India, China, whatever. Just the West. We'll say, you know, NATO. NATO countries, right? NATO countries warring against their own capital-based inequality would be it would be an existential war. I don't think people understand, because it would never be clean cut. It wouldn't be like a government in unison fighting against it. Imagine fighting against the cartels, but in every country, and also the cartels don't control like a third of the wealth in your country. They control like 90% of it. Like where people would, in a country where the economy, the global economy, the supply lines are breaking down, the capital class would have the ability to basically pay you off. They would have a mercenary class underneath them. It sounds dramatic. I'm speaking very dramatically right now, but just think about it. Think about an organized effort to seize essentially the planet's wealth back from a modern day aristocracy. They have enough wealth and influence. They have spoken, they've whispered in the ears of presidents and prime ministers, congressmen for decades and decades. These people, it's not just like, it wouldn't be as simple as just, oh, we're going to arrest all the Bernanke and Goldman Sachs people and Elon Musk and all these. It wouldn't be that simple, man. Like, we're talking about an economic superstructure that would potentially put food on the table for millions of people who would operate as the front line of their capital interests. The cops, the military. What would happen if they tried paying off generals? Oh, hello, U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff. You're loyal to your country, I understand. Well, isn't what the leadership doing right now in a way disloyal to the founding principles of this country? Also, if you side with us, we will guarantee your safety and existence and wealth and prosperity for the rest of your lives, as well as your family and your children and their children. I don't know. It could get really scary, you know? As a general rule, you don't want to make enemies of, like, all of the most powerful people in existence, kind of. I think that eventually all of this will break anyway. I think it'll break on its own. I'm just saying that, like, an organized effort to go against the capital class right now would be so difficult. So difficult. But we'll get there. The system is going to break eventually. So it's for me, it's a matter of being well prepared when it does break. Because the more, the closer we are to a break, the more amenable people will be to arguments against the status quo. The more obvious it is that this isn't working, the easier it'll be to push against it, you know? So being right, yeah, well, that's why I've said that. I mean, the whole bit. That's the whole bit. Not to be too metaphorical, but you're advocating for a kind of nuclear bunker ideology. Well, I mean, I do think that the system will need to break, or at least come very close to breaking, before any kind of meaningful systematic change can take place. And in the meantime, it's about being prepared for it. But the thing is, the preppers, the nuclear bunker prepper ideology, is fundamentally very individualist, which I reject. The idea that you can survive the end times just by having a bunch of ammunition and tuna cans stockpiled, that's ridiculous. It doesn't work. It never will work. What we need is the opposite. You know, we need radical communalism, people to be civilly minded, and also to prepare for things to break. You might be right, but I hope you aren't. Hey, I'd love to be proven wrong. I would love it. I would love it, love it, love it if I was wrong, if the Democratic Party was taken over by people capable of resisting the downward spiral. I would love that. I would love that. I don't like envision myself as some kind of, survivor, Walking Dead protagonist of a broken world. I know fully well that if the internet ever went out, I would just suicide pact 2 days after. Like, I'm not like hyped up for the end times or anything. I think that's ridiculous. I just think that at the very least we're going to have to come to a more like dire point before like this even becomes viable. Who else would be in on the pact? Oh, all you, I assume. I think so, Luxra, yeah, to an extent. By the way, streamers not dooming. I think that what I'm saying right now, categorically, is not doomering. Because I think that doomering is about a mindset. What I'm describing is what I think will happen or needs to happen, but I take what I think is a relatively positive attitude. The fact that I think that it will happen isn't meant to take away from my belief that you can frame it positively. Humans have made it through worse times than this. I think we can pull through. I'm pretty optimistic on a lot of stuff. I'm optimistic on the idea that we can overcome the effects of climate change pretty quickly if we really put our minds to it, though whether or not we will is kind of a matter of how quickly we reach that breaking point. Stuff like that, you know? But it's not meant to be approached with a negative attitude. So you hope you're wrong on unions as well? Whenever I make a prediction about the future being bad, I hope that I'm wrong. I'd love to be proven wrong on these matters. Absolutely. What do you mean by preparing? How do you do it personally? I think that on a personal level, we should be financially responsible and prepare for the possibility that the economy will get a lot worse in our lifetimes, and learning skills that will be beneficial to that point. People used to have it a lot more rough than we think, you know? Little historical tidbit. There was a flour milling company that got popular because they started printing floral patterns on the linen sacks they put their flour in. When they realized that during the Great Depression, a lot of women were sewing their children clothes out of the bags of flour. Like they were linen bags, they would cut them into dresses and stuff. So realizing people were repurposing them as clothes, they started printing floral patterns on the linen bags. That was less than 100 years ago. It's difficult to imagine, but like there are people alive today who would have worn those clothes. It's kind of difficult to imagine. I think that the economy will get a lot worse within our lifetime. And I think it's good to be, ready for that. And I think that requires some degree of resiliency. I think it's important to stay physically fit because the future is going to be easier to deal with if you are healthy in a cardiovascular sense, if you can, go up and down the stairs a couple dozen times without collapsing, that sort of stuff, it's about personal preparedness. It's about economic preparedness. It's about social preparedness. It's about forming bonds with your neighbors and friends so that there can be a kind of interdependence. You should be able and willing to like shack up in a roommate situation if absolutely necessary. I'm not saying it's ideal. I'm just saying that if it becomes necessary, that's good. Develop your skills. Try to be literate because we don't even know if the internet's going to survive to the end of our lives. The internet as we know it. It's good to have that for entertainment. But also I do think that is a skill set that will be more valuable in the future, like proper literacy, I mean, communicative skills. Being able to communicate well is always valuable. I mean, I leveraged it into a pretty lucrative career, if I do say so myself, though that's not the most common way of doing it. Yeah, that kind of stuff. You all understand what hopefully, yeah, okay. I've been rambling about this for too long. We're supposed to be catching up on what Trump's been saying for today. But yeah, no, that's what I mean by preparedness. It's not about like hunkering down in a nuclear bunker. It's just about, understanding life's not always going to be on the up and up, and you shouldn't, you shouldn't fear your life ending as soon as things get worse. That's all. Are nuclear bunkers inherently communal? No, not at all.
And I will go to Venezuela. I'm going to run for president.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. President of Venezuela.
Mr. President, are you allowed to, or are you willing to end this conflict with Iran charging tolls for passage through the strait?
Us charging tolls?
Iran.
What about us charging tolls?
Is that something you're considering?
I'd rather do that than let them have them run. Why shouldn't we? We're the winner.
Thanks, Larry,
we
for
won.
sharing everything. Yeah,
okay. They are
Alec,
militarily defeated. The only thing they have is the psychology of, we're going to drop a couple of mines in the water, all right? No, we have a concept where we'll charge tolls, okay? I thought you meant us.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. With all the control we have over the strait right now. Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it.
Thank you very much. You've said glory be to God in this conflict. Do you believe that God supports the United States' actions in this?
I do, because God is good.
Yeah, I don't think community gardens can meet the food needs of a city, but learning how to garden, it's not a bad skill at all. If nothing else, it'll get you guys a little bit of time in the sun, which you could benefit from. Just make sure to wear sunscreen. Very important.
Because God is good, and God wants to see people taken care of. God doesn't like what's happening. I don't like what's happening. Everyone says, I don't enjoy this. I don't enjoy it. These two guys don't enjoy it. People say, oh boy, they're so tough. I don't like seeing people killed. I've ended 8 wars. Nobody's ever done it.
Heard about this.
The person who won the Nobel Prize came to me and said, you deserve the Nobel Prize. She announced that. When they announced, they said, goes to Maria. She's a great person, really a good person. She said, no. This is ridiculous. They gave me the Nobel Prize. President Trump ended 8 wars. I could go over every one of them, including India and Pakistan.
Low key, do you have any deeper musing on why the Allah bit of his truth tweet has been so censored? Media's been editing it out of their screenshots. Just sane washing. Media is completely captured, so they only really want to engage with Trump as like an envoy for Republican ideals. What they don't want to engage with is the fact that the president is genuinely like crazy, like mentally disabled. Like if he wasn't the president, he would be in a nursing home, getting, you know, coddled and patronized to by staff. It's a kind of sane washing, you know? The media, even outlets like MSNBC, are invested in treating him like a kind of competent opposition, or if he's incompetent, it's a kind of conventional incompetence, like, oh, he's bad at his job, rather than like genuine mental disability. Because if the media started acknowledging that the president is mentally infirm and it isn't like the country just continues in that fashion, you start to wonder, you start to develop more fundamental critiques of the system, is what I mean. They did the same thing with Reagan, by the way. Reagan had bad dementia, in especially his second term, but the media blew over it because the media is willing to criticize individual presidents, but not the idea of the presidency itself being a kind of rudderless vessel, if that makes any sense. That's a different kind of criticism. Wow, they didn't do that with Biden. They half and half did with Biden, I think. I think that with Biden, it was more of a... With Biden, I think the accusation was more like he was being shouldered by his staff, because Biden's personal idiosyncrasies were limited largely to the fact that he couldn't fucking speak, whereas Trump's insanity manifests in actual policy. So it's a little bit different, I think. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I would recommend people involve themselves in community gardens if for no other reason than because it'll help them like learn to talk to people. I went to a community event recently in kind of in Seattle, and there was like a cleanup, pulling ivy and thorned blackberry bushes from a lakefront, and got some damn good exercise. Most of the people there were elderly, so they could only trim, but with my strong young back, I was able to pull up, you know, whole blackberry bushes and ivies and so on. And you got hurt there? I didn't get hurt there. Got a good workout. But it was nice working in the sun for a bit. Youth mogged? Oh, I youth mogged the fuck. Okay, I youth mogged the seniors so hard that a lot of them stopped working and just started watching me, and they started moving a wheelbarrow around to take away all of the plant waste that I was pulling up rather than doing their own sections. They were like, I'm just gonna be part of the productivity train for this guy. No, we were putting the work in. Oh yeah. Lots of ice. My partner is reminding me that that this was a dual effort and that we were both young and strong, which is true. Now, am I stronger than my partner? Of course, objectively. But did we both do lots of good work? Yes. But did we both do lots of good work? Yes, yes, we did. Very good work. Oh, speaking of.
President, you called yesterday in your Truth Social, you called the Iranians crazy bastards.
True.
What is your response to critics who say that...
I don't care about critics.
What is your response to critics who say that it is your mental health that should perhaps be examined as this war continues?
I haven't heard that. But if that's the case, you're going to have more people like me, because our country was being ripped off on trade, on everything, for many years until I came along. So if that's the case, you're going to have more people. Dasha, go ahead.
President,
Such a weak accusation. Sir, what do you say about... some people claimed that it might be possible that it is in fact your mental acuity that has suffered. Fuck you. Just call him a pedophile.
President, on NATO, you voiced your displeasure with NATO in the past. Is there a danger to the U.S. not being the de facto of the leader of the alliance, and then other powers within the alliance then getting the decision-making when it comes to wars and nuclear weapons?
No, it's not a danger. Look, we went to NATO. I didn't ask very strongly. I just said, hey, if you want to help, great. No, we will not help. I said, that's all right. You don't want to help? because I've always said NATO's a paper tiger. See, NATO's a paper tiger. Putin's not afraid of NATO. Putin's afraid of us, very afraid of us. And he's explained it to me a lot of times. I got to know him very well. I know him very well. NATO's a paper tiger. NATO is...
Can you tell me what NATO stands for? Okay, whining, whining, whining.
He's a great person, but he's got... And you know, it all began with, if you want to know the truth, Greenland. We want Greenland. They don't want to give it to us. And I said, bye-bye. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
You know, there was an article I read a couple of weeks ago about how, in anticipation of a potential U.S. air raid on Greenland, our NATO allies were legitimately doing training exercises and preparing to blow up runways in Greenland to prevent us from invading. Like, they were actually, like, there were conversations between politicians, generals, and soldiers on special operations to prevent us from taking over the country. Really? Yeah, really. The Danes sent special ops. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy if you think about it. Thoughts in the news emerging that Trump gave up on the 51st state Canada annexation after he found out King Charles is the King of Canada and didn't want to disrespect them. That's so funny. Trump's psychology is like an open book, man. He doesn't believe in anything other than like big men doing big deals, you know? That's the only thing he believes in. And then he goes to his second press con. Oh no, have we caught up more or less? Thank the good Lord above. I think we caught up. Sheesh. So how about a pizza soup recipe? You can't... Referential humor is so Duke Nukem, okay? You can't just refer to a thing. You have to make a joke about it. This was the problem with all the damn, like, horse jokes. They're not even jokes. You have to make... It has to be funny. What is it, like 2014 or something? With the random-ass humor? Scary movie-ass motherfuckers? Pizza soup? Make a joke! Inside joke? Inside jokes also have to be jokes. Nobody knows this. Trump press conference. I can already feel this breaking in. I wish I could comfortably get this last button because I want to break in the collar too and get it. Yeah. It's a little bit difficult because I've got a thick fucking neck. There we go. Oh, that feels snug, but I got to work it in. Thankfully, you can really tug on it because it's so sturdy. How does this opinion of yours mesh with you repeating 6-7 all the time? Well, that's not really a joke. That's more of a stim. I think that's a different category, you know? Excuse me. You look like a 60s communist leader of some impoverished, decolonized nation. I need you to understand, okay? Because I know what you're thinking of. I understand you're thinking of a military overshirt. This is just a very basic work shirt, structurally. Like, people have worn them all across the West. It's just a very simple item of clothing. Though people do rarely button it up to the neck. That is true. Literal brown shirt? Yeah. Now you look kind of Maoist. You guys just don't see work shirts anymore. When you see construction workers, you see them wearing t-shirts and like fucking glow vests or whatever. All right. That feels good though. I'm glad I got this. Fits me good. Looks more like a military shirt. Well, the military also has work shirts, though they tend to be styled and proportioned a little bit differently. What do they call them? The OCD, the officer shirt? What are they called? I forget the term. Whatever. What was that shirt you wore last stream? That was a short sleeve ecru Western shirt from Free Note cloth in a herringbone fabric. BDUs? Maybe. That's a little bit too tight to be talking. I can do that when I'm not streaming. Do you own a bolo tie? I don't really like bolo ties. They're not my style. Oh, hold on. Twitter has served me a video. Let's rate it with all my limited knowledge. Oh, sorry. I don't know why I had the audio down.
The case. Because dry heat and humid heat are different and they need to be approached differently. The tactic that's appropriate for one is actually going to be a problem for the other. And the best way to understand how to dress according to these different types of heat is to go back to the traditional cultures that were doing so long before the invention of air conditioning, climate control, or anything else, because they were forced to adapt to the conditions in one of the most brutal ways. So in places like the Middle East, Central Mexico, places like I'm from in Utah, the goal is to create as much shade for your body as possible. Overexposure to the sun is where the danger comes in. It's where the discomfort comes in. So believe it or not, in dry conditions, you're actually better off wearing stuff that's long sleeve and longer, covering as much of your body as possible. Now, this needs to be done in a certain way in order for it to be effective. It needs to be lighter materials. This is why in a lot of cases you would see guys wearing bandanas or other things that were made out of cotton. Sweat doesn't dry, it doesn't come off of you. And so you're trying to wick it away as well as you can in a desert in current climate. Guys that are working the construction crews, they're still wearing long stuff, even though it's 100 degrees out in a few months here. But it needs to be billowy. You can do layers, but you...
That's a good video. I didn't want to watch the whole thing. It was 3 minutes. Good, though. Eat hot peppers? That's true. That'll fix it or something. Maybe. Mm-hmm. I'll have to take a look at that. All right. Yeah, it shit feels good too. You actually feel cooler wearing like a long flowy linen pants than you would wearing shorts. Trump considers 45-day Iran ceasefire after issuing Tuesday ultimatum. That's fucking crazy, man. The art of the deal. Hey, if you haven't opened up the strait by 8 p.m. ET tomorrow, we're going to fuck you up. But also, would you like to, stop? You want to stop?
CNN has now learned that countries working to end the war with Iran are calling for a 45-day ceasefire. A White House official says the president has not signed off on the proposal, but Iran has already rejected it. It comes as the president threatens to escalate the conflict big time, demanding that Iran reopen the vital Strait of Hormuz by tomorrow evening. He tells Axios that if that deadline expires, and I'm quoting the president now, I am blowing up every... End quote.
Do you know how seriously the president is considering this ceasefire proposal?
Well, look, what we know as of now is that he is considering it. It's unclear, though, how serious he is actually taking it. As you mentioned, a White House official told us that he has not signed off on this proposal yet and that it's just one of many ideas under consideration. But what I can tell you is that obviously we are now only 36 or so hours now away from that new deadline that the president had set for Iran to either reopen the strait.
It's got to be exhausting to be the kind of NPR listener who follows these dates but doesn't really engage with the broader critiques of capital. So you wake up every morning and you're like, oh, maybe this time something's going to happen. Like, it's been 10 years of Trump lying and everything happening and nothing happening and everything breaking, but in slow motion, but also faster than you could imagine. Oh, tomorrow's the deadline. No, the day after is the deadline. No, a month after is the deadline. Actually, while you weren't looking, the American economy lost $3 trillion.
Of Hormuz or face a serious and much more aggressive escalation in U.S. attacks, particularly, the president said, on energy infrastructure sites, civilian infrastructure sites. So we'll have to see. I think this proposal, and I should note this proposal was drafted by U.S. intermediaries in this war, countries like Pakistan, Turkey, and Egypt, which have been passing messages between Washington and Tehran. They are the ones who had drafted this proposal. They delivered it to both countries last night. And so now we just are trying to get a sense of whether or not this is actually something that we could see happen. The idea, of course, behind it is they're hoping that a 45-day ceasefire could be enough time for both sides to really have much more substantial negotiations that could.
Both sides don't want to stop. Oh, to be clear, okay, Americans in government who are not explicitly loyal to Israel want this to stop. They want this to stop very, very badly. We still haven't fully reconciled with the oil shock over here in America. It is hitting Africa, Asia, and starting now to hit Europe. It will hit us soon. Gas prices are already risen more than they ever have, basically, in history in such a quick fashion. What's happening right now is just unprecedented. We are in for a hell of a time. Iran does not want to stop, nor should they.
Potentially provide an end to the war. But again, we don't really know if this is something that could actually move forward. But of course, the hope is that such an agreement could stave off what the United States and really what the president is issuing with those threats of escalation. I will say the Iranians, for their part, have said that they reject this idea of a temporary ceasefire. They said essentially in so many words that they want any sort of deal to be an end to the war. Unclear if that's something that could actually be thought about. I think certainly not within the short deadline we're now facing at 8 p.m. tomorrow. All to say, the president's press conference will hopefully shed a little bit more light on this, as well as also...
This is what I mean about, like, the media being able to acknowledge Trump's incompetence, but not his insanity. They're still talking about this deadline and this deal as though they're real things. Iran already rejected it, and Trump says lots of stuff that never happens. The media can't engage with it on that level, though. They can't engage with the obvious fact that all of this, it's not even kayfabe. It's like, it's unreality. It's just a superficial dusting on top of the real political meat and bones of the situation, which in large part is being directed not by us, but by Israel, the actual people who got us involved in this war, and by Iran, the only group with the ability to end the war, which they don't currently want to do. But they're not engaging with it on that level. It's like a sports game to them. Yeah, it's kind of like, I'm trying to think of how it would be like if you paid some sports commentators to watch a game between two teams, neither of which knew the rules at all. They were just like fucking around, but the sports commentators have to treat it like it's a real serious game, you know? Like a bunch of toddlers playing soccer or something. You know, they just do whatever, but the people over there at, you know, the microphone, they still have to like pretend that it's an engaging game. And every time a toddler kicks a ball like randomly, they have to be like, oh, I wonder what he meant by that play. Like they have to engage with it like it's a real, you know what I mean?
Give us a little bit more sense around the timing, of course, because that's been a huge, question this entire time. The president has shifted deadlines regarding how long he expects this to last. His most recent one was saying 2 to 3 weeks before he thought the war could be wrapped up. We'll see if that's still the case when he addresses reporters at 1 p.m. today, Pamela.
You love that shirt of me.
Right, and I'm just wondering, we've seen the president in this war make threats and not follow through on them. Are you getting a sense from your sources how serious he is about this threat of going after civilian infrastructure in Iran if it doesn't open up the Strait of Hormuz by...
Well, he already has been, so I don't know.
Tomorrow night?
Yeah, look, I've been talking to a lot of people in that building behind me, as well as throughout the administration, on this idea. I will say part of the reason we've seen that deadline shift previously, I mean, it initially gave one deadline. He pushed it 10 days. He's now pushed it again by another day, is because the Trump administration recognized to escalate in such a way, and of course some of the things the president has threatened to attack could potentially amount to war crimes if he went through on, say, attacking desalinization plants in Iran. But there's also, of course, Iran has threatened to reciprocate and retaliate should the United States actually move forward with attacks of that magnitude. And that is something, of course, many United States allies and partners in the Middle East, in the Gulf region, are very much concerned about. Iran saying that they would go after similar civilian infrastructure should the United States follow through on that message from the president. And so there is some hesitancy there.
What if we cared about war crimes? Yeah, it's that plays into it as well. Like, the media talks as though America and Israel haven't been committing war crimes nonstop for the past couple of years. You know what I mean? Like, the way that the way with regards to Israel, the media breathlessly covers new reports of potential war crime activities, as if like we all haven't been watching this happening moment after moment, day after day for years now. You know, they act like it. Yeah, I don't know. They do treat it like a sports game where they have to take it seriously no matter what. They are invested in maintaining the perceived legitimacy of politics. They don't want people coming around to the fact that not only are politicians evil, they're fine with you believing that, but they have no idea what they're doing, and they're not the ones that are in charge. They have like basically it's a rudderless ship, you know? Because if you acknowledge that the politicians aren't really the ones who are in charge, you have to get into like material analysis. Well, what is in charge? It's not like the wealthiest people are in charge directly, right? It's not like the Forbes top 500 are actually the ones secretly directing US policy. In reality, it really is a rudderless ship. It's just that the currents are directed by capital.
And I do think there are many people in this White House who do want to see diplomacy prevail here and do want to see this staved off. The question, of course, though, is whether or not that's something that the president is.
You can imagine that, though, right? If you had a bunch of people on the ship, you wouldn't want the passengers on that ship to believe the ship was rudderless. You certainly wouldn't want them to believe the captain couldn't control the direction of the ship. You wouldn't want to explain to them, oh, no, it's just the formless currents that give us movement, you know? People would freak the fuck out. That's one of the reasons why conspiracy theories are often very comforting to people. You would think it would be discomforting to believe that reptile people control the world via chemtrails, but it's actually more disconcerting for a lot of people to imagine that no one's in charge, and it's actually just a complicated set of material forces acting in concurrence with each other, you know? They want to believe the world is actually secretly controlled by, like, a cabal of bad guys. Maybe there are cabals out there, there are conspiracies, but they're just, you know, power players in the current. You know what I mean? They don't really control the current. They're just kind of like they're dominant forces within that current. And that's a critical difference.
To do if he's willing to push this deadline even further or try to come to an agreement before we face 8 p.m. tomorrow night.
All right, Elena Treen from the White House Force. Thanks so much, Wolf.
I want to go to our own Jeremy Diamond right now. He's reporting from Tel Aviv, Israel. Jeremy, as Tehran rejects the idea of a temporary ceasefire, it's also responding to President Trump's threats to Iran's infrastructure. There's a lot going on right now. I know you're covering all of these developments, including the Israeli move to kill the director, the head of the Revolutionary Guard Corps' intelligence chief.
Choke it out, man. Come on.
First of all, tell us about that. Have the Israelis confirmed that they went ahead and assassinated the head of the Revolutionary Guard Corps' chief of intelligence?
Yeah, that's right, Wolf. The Israeli military has confirmed that Iran Revolutionary Guard Corps' intelligence chief was killed in an Israeli strike. He is just the latest of a slew of senior Iranian officials and senior IRGC officials who have been killed in Israeli strikes. Just a few days ago, of course, it was Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps naval commander who had been killed. We've seen a slew of other senior Iranian officials. All of this began, of course, the first day of the war with the killing of the former supreme leader. But now we are waiting waiting to see what more Israel and the United States are prepared to do in Iran. Today, we already saw that Israel is increasingly already going after infrastructure targets inside of Iran, targeting a petrochemical facility today, one that produces about 50% of Iran's petrochemicals altogether. And Israel's defense minister has warned that Israel will continue and carry out more strikes on Iranian infrastructure targets should Iran continue to target residential areas here in Israel, as we have seen them do over the course of this war.
Oh, yeah? That's what you've seen? You've seen Iran target residential areas? I'm sorry, can we get a live feed cut to Tehran or Beirut, perhaps? Phenomenal.
Including last night when 4 Israeli civilians were killed in a residential building in Haifa that was hit by an Iranian ballistic missile. But the United States
is... Well, go find their ghosts and in purgatory and ask them how they feel about Israeli strikes on Lebanon and Iran, and I'll tell you how I feel about that.
Also now
what's that World War II quote? The Israelis had the rather childish notion that they would be bombing everyone else and nobody would be bombing them.
To join into the fray and strike those infrastructure targets. So that is the threat of President Trump, with the deadline for tomorrow at 8 p.m. All of this as we are seeing that there is this last-ditch ceasefire proposal on the table to try and avert those strikes, to agree to a temporary 45-day ceasefire. But for now, the Iranians do not seem amenable to that proposal at all. They very much want to see this conflict end with a permanent ceasefire, one that avoids a scenario where in a few months' time you have Israel and the United States both going back into Iran to carry out additional strikes. The Iranians are showing that they are willing to bear the brunt of the ferocity of the Israeli and American strikes in that country and use their asymmetric warfare assets instead to draw this out into a war of attrition, and seeing if President Trump will blink.
And very quickly, Jeremy, in addition to that strike that the Iranians launched against that residential building in Haifa, Israel, I take it the sirens have been going off for much of today.
Very concerned with Israeli civilian casualties. Just remarkable, man. There's a whole world out there you never even get to experience until you break through the shell of American media programming. It sounds weird and conspiratorial to say. It's just like, it's also factually true. The coverage of our, and especially Israel's, involvement in the Middle East has just been psychotic, and history will remember it as comparable to our coverage during, I wouldn't even say during Vietnam. I actually think that the coverage of what's been going on with Israel and with and Gaza in particular is much more comparable to Nazi Germany. In Vietnam, I think there was a greater sort of chauvinism, but at least that was our war. The blind eye we turned to what Israel was doing, the ideological commitment to genocide, not just ignorance, right? Commitment. Like every American media person and politician basically shook hands and they were like, well, we know the game. You know, we know what we can and can't do. We're all fine with this. And they just let it ride. Israel kills American journalists. Who cares? Let it ride. You know, it doesn't matter. Wolf Blitzer used to work for the Jerusalem Post. Is that true? Man. It's crazy how much of this there is. Washington correspondent for the Jerusalem Post from 1973 to 1990. Jesus. Wolf Blitzer also used to work for AIPAC. Yep. That's cool. Edited 2 magazines run by AIPAC founder. Yeah, that's cool. A million-year reign of Groypers. It reaches the point of absurdity. It is insane. It is absolutely insane. Yeah, 100% it is.
Central Israel and the Tel Aviv area where you are.
Yeah, that's right. Well, both overnight and this afternoon, we had multiple areas.
ICC judges cannot open bank accounts right now because of UN sanctions. Or U.S. sanctions, sorry. We never sanctioned the ICC during Vietnam. Yeah. Germany and America have been preventing ICC judges or other people involved in the investigation of Israel. They have been sanctioning them. They can't even access money. There's one particular case of a person who's investigated Israeli war crimes who, without having done anything wrong, had his bank accounts and assets frozen by Germany, in addition to his wife's, even though his wife isn't even working on anything related to Israel, because their argument was we have to sanction the whole family. So, like, these people are just being starved out merely for investigating Israel. It was a French judge. Yeah. Like, we've literally, like, abandoned international liberalism for Israel. We're killing ourselves for Israel. We're, like, committing civilizational suicide for Israel. The whole point of the post-World War II international liberal order, as much of a, illusion as it always was, but we have killed even the illusion. We've sacrificed it. We're killing our own people, our own ideals, our own values, all of it for Israel. It's insane. It is civilizational suicide. And, like, the American people in particular are going to have to choose. What do you want? The future of society or Israel? What do you want? For the country and the world, the ideology that we value, for your children, for the lives of everyone you've ever known to persist? Or do you want Israel to be able to do infinite war before eventually, inevitably, annihilating itself and its neighbors in a massive nuclear holocaust? You choose, Western man. I don't know what you want me to say. The Democrats, they ask you this question in earnest. Which would you prefer? Remember, one of these answers makes you an anti-Semite.
Sirens going off one after the other, in fact, which is relatively unusual, indicating that Iran was firing several waves of ballistic missiles in quick succession. Many of those missiles were armed with those cluster munitions. We could hear several impacts happening, within seconds, milliseconds of each other, indicating small cluster munitions impacts, which have happened here. Multiple injuries as a result, but no fatalities as a result of those cluster munitions today.
I've seen every proposal you can imagine. More proposals.
Your final deadline is Tuesday at 8 p.m. Your final deadline.
Yeah. If Iran does not meet your demands, Mr. President, are you willing to continue the war?
You'll have to watch. It's an easy question. The answer is yes, but you'll have to watch.
What do you think of the latest proposal?
They've made a proposal, and it's a significant proposal. It's a significant step. It's not good enough, but it's a very significant step. They have made, they're negotiating now, and they've made a very significant step. We'll see what happens.
Have you spoken to Keir Starmer? Also, do you believe the UK could resurrect like Jesus this Easter weekend?
Well, that's what they need. They have a long way to go. The UK...
15% of Texas Democrats would sit out of an election if their elected representative or candidate was as pro-Israel as the Republicans. It's only going to get worse with time, man. The more aware the average Democrat becomes of how captured the party is by Israeli interests, the more polarized people are going to be. Keep in mind that the position of third way, which has a lot of clout within the Democratic Party, if not within the people themselves, is that they would rather Democrats lose than become anti-Zionist.
It's a long way to go. We don't want another Neville Chamberlain. Do we agree? We don't want Neville Chamberlain.
Stop clicking the fucking drumstick.
How is the airman who was rescued doing?
He's doing really well. They're both doing well. It was two, and we held off the one because if they would have known we had him, so we held off the one. They are both recovering very well. They were both injured, and they're doing well. What else?
You said that Iran has no anti-aircraft equipment. How are they able to drop those?
Well, you know what? When you do thousands and thousands of flights and you have one plane shot down and not mortally, the two pilots got out, they got a little bit lucky. And you know what? In war, you need a little bit of luck also. They got a little bit lucky. That's all they got.
Ending the war. What's stopping you from ending the war?
Well, it could end very quickly, the war, if they do what they have to do. They have to do certain things. They know.
Germany makes U-turn on intervention in Gaza genocide case before the ICJ. Oh, that's nice. Okay, so they're no longer freezing the accounts of those people, that poor husband and wife. That's very nice to hear. Okay. Germany is just as captured by the state of Israel as America is. You all understand what I mean when I say that, of course, that it's not actually being captured by the state, but actually a coalition of capital interests that overlap. I hope I don't have to keep repeating that. I just want to make sure.
That they've been negotiating, I think, in good faith. We've had total regime change. You know, the people there now are much more reasonable than the lunatics that you had in phase 1 and phase 2. They were lunatics. The people that we're negotiating with now on behalf of Iran are much more reasonable. You can call it what you want, but I call it regime change, and I think most people are giving us credit for that. The first regime was taken out. The second regime was taken out. Now the third group of people that we did.
All right. It's just a clip of him. Semaphore article on the Dems meeting in New Orleans next week on the Israel issue. The Israel issue. I don't know if it's going to lead to anything. Of the 32 resolutions approved for debate in New Orleans, 3 edge into foreign policy, including the AIPAC resolution, one that calls for pausing or conditioning weapons transfers to units, credibly implication. Jesus Christ. Pausing or conditioning weapon transfers to units, not even to countries. That's how captured they are. Okay, maybe like we shouldn't specifically give it to like the fucking... What's it? The Lahid unit? What's the unit called? The one that's they've got the crazy Orthodox Jews, the volunteer unit. Nizak Yehuda? That one? Didn't they get disbanded? I think one of them did, not the whole thing. There's more than the one. One that calls for full, transparent, and independent investigation on the airstrike of the Shahera Tayyebe girls' school in Iran. Okay. Yeah. Fuck you. Typical Dem 4,321. Yeah. You guys see that? What are they called? Too raw, too real. I saw his chorus paid position on the Hassan Piker discourse, which was pretty good, which was something else, you know. Not that guy? Yeah, hold on. Too raw, too real. I think it was that. Yeah, that's the correct name. Where is it? Haktua raw, Haktua real. That's so true, man. Damn it, I can't find it. Oh, I saw his bit on Hassan. That's too bad. I'm sure it would have been funny. Well, if one of you finds it, you feel free to let me know, huh? You're all so much better at that than I am. I miss the tunes. You miss the jazzy beat? Don't we all? Here it is. I do not know how you people... He misspelled Hassan Piker in the fucking post.
I think the problem that y'all are missing in the conversation about platforming Hassan Piker in the Democratic Party is what's the motherfucking benefit? You get absolutely nothing because he's going to move the goalposts every goddamn time. He brings nothing of substance to the party and there's always motherfucking agreements. Even when Democrats meet the motherfucking moment, he still refuses to acknowledge it. The key part of criticism is I need to acknowledge the things that you've done wrong, but I also need to acknowledge the things that you've done right to see you grow. He refuses to acknowledge the wins. Democrats have won consistently across the board regardless of us being the minority party. And he
I fucking hate libs. It's worth noting that centrist Democrats with a lot of money but very little support behind him have done the same thing with this guy as they have with all of Israel, which is they take a marginalized community and they make them a shield, a generally Democrat voting marginalized community. So they do this with black people, they do this with gay people, and they do this with Jews by and large, which is they front incredibly unpopular right-wing positions, but they pay the shield to advocate for them, you know?
refuses to acknowledge that fact. We have flipped 30 fucking seats across the damn nation. We have consistently won in Trump-led districts. And what has he said about it? Nothing. All he's ever said is Democrats are losers. Democrats have no backbone.
I think he's probably talked about some of the special elections. I mean, I don't watch Hassan's stream. I'd be surprised if he didn't talk about any of those. I hate this guy so much. Well, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He literally misspelled Hassan's name in the like he's just saying. It's just funny that like all of the centrist Dems got the same, you know, they got the same like bulletin board, you know? Yeah, they're just following orders.
Democrats are not the party that's fighting for the fucking people, but however, every time Democrats have pushed back against this administration, we have made inroads regardless of us not having fucking power. Republicans control everything, but yet he has more smoke for the Democratic minority than the fucking
I don't know. Jesus Christ.
Felon in chief in office. So my question is,
that dang
what the
Dorito.
fuck is the benefit? If I'm going on a platform to talk to somebody, my job is to change people's heart. This motherfucker can't be changed because he's a nepo ass motherfucking baby who's benefiting off the.
Did he invite you to talk? I don't think he invited you to talk. You're like a nobody. You're just funny because you're like paid opposition. I'm bored of him. This caught my eye. The trad wives leaving high-control Christian nationalist communities.
You were the trad wife before trad wives became a thing.
I saw Stepford Wives, the Stepford Wives, just last night. Saw it with my partner. Hadn't seen it before. Knew only of the reference, not of the source material.
Online. So I was very much like isolated at home. I kept having babies. I was pregnant and or nursing for 13 years. Wow. And
that's not great.
Then when my oldest was around 4, we started like loosely homeschooling. That was one of the things that I argued with my husband a lot about. I'm a very like, I like very free, creative, like that kind of educational model. And my husband is much more academically minded. So I was expected to do it his way. And it was incredibly difficult and never went well. But I persisted because that's the Christian thing to do. I would also say that a lot of these things the system teaches you to moralize everything. Everything that you do is life or death, all the decisions that you make. So like healthcare are you going to vaccinate your kids, which we were anti-vax and we're not anymore. That's a life or death decision because your children could be permanently harmed from vaccines. So you better make the right decision. And so everything is high stakes in that way.
I know a lot of these women are abuse victims, but they're also in many cases abuse perpetrators to their children. I don't want to absolve women entirely. It would be different if it was still like the 1950s where women have basically like not no autonomy, but like way less than they do now. But nowadays I like without knowing more, I have to assume some degree of mutual complicity in the way that the environment turned out. It's like Lauren Southern. Like Lauren Southern quit making content and did the trad wife thing and then left it because her husband was a piece of shit. But like she advocated for that for years before doing it herself. So like I don't know. Like I don't know what I'm supposed to take from that. Like you were part of the pro touching the stove party and then you touch the stove and now you regret it. I don't know what I'm supposed to make of that, you know?
And as someone who's like trying to be a good person, trying to follow God, trying to be a good Christian, that was one of the reasons that I was so bought in, because I want to be a good wife. I want to be a good support person for my husband. I want to serve God well by being a good wife, and that is how I serve God. So that affects everything. You want to do these things, and when the system tells you this is how you can be a good
She did a nice video about leaving the trad wife life. This woman specifically? Is this woman, or hair's different? Maybe a different woman on the panel? How I Escaped MAGA, critical thinking woke me up. Well, I mean, I'm glad if people are leaving it. I guess just like do it before you get married and have kids. I don't know, I'm being a little disagreeable maybe. I am curious about this though. Totally different person. I can't tell all white women, you know. I don't know. This is going to be more of a problem going forward, though, right? Because the political project that Republican men are advancing right now is one that is completely contemptuous of women. Like, they actively fucking despise women. They hate women. And even Republican women often bristle at this, right? The gender divide in terms of political affiliation is only getting larger and larger with time. So I think that, like, you know, given enough time, right, you're going to see more of this. We're going to have, like, yeah, South Korea style gender split. Though thankfully a lot of men are pulling leftwards as well. I just dropped my damn earbud. I'm not saying you have to feel sorry for these people, but a lot of them are genuinely indoctrinated by people they know and trust from the time they're infants. No, 100% for sure. It's just that, keep in mind, that's also true for the men, but we would not hesitate to criticize them. Like, lots of evangelical Republican men are basically like born into the grooming cult, and we still feel licensed to hate them. So I don't want to infantilize anyone just because they're women.
Person, this is how you can be a good wife. You're like, okay, I will do it. And it does, it simplifies it.
But it must be so stressful to every day think these decisions I'm making are life or death, and such high stakes, and God is judging me, and am I being pure enough? And
you're literally so in your head the whole time, making sure that you're right, and there's so many rules to do, and the standard is so high, you're constantly working, that you're literally too busy to have thoughts outside of just keeping up with your life, with your obedience. You're literally performing obedience so much every day, there isn't room for you to start to be like, oh, and reflect, and, you know, did that feel right? Did that have a good outcome? Was that even effective, you know?
Now you're deconstructing from that life.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, now my husband jokes that he's the trad wife.
My family was a small family, actually. We had 5 kids.
That's considered small, 5 kids?
That's very small. I had friends and connections throughout, like, all of conservative evangelicalism, not any one group. And oh my goodness, everybody had like 8 to 12 kids at least. You know, there's the occasional family that they could only have 2 kids. And so they did, but almost everybody was 8 to 12 kids or more. More was not uncommon either. So my options with the Reformed groups were maybe become a midwife, but get married to a guy who's like 8 years older than you, have a bunch of children, live at home forever and ever. And I love education. I love learning. I love science especially. And I really like grabbed onto that in our homeschool group. That was my thing. That was what I enjoyed. Science, chemistry especially. And my best friend's family started going, you know, you can go to college. You can learn more.
You'll notice how almost none of this is actually following the Bible. Yeah, that's like the whole point of Protestantism, right? By not having a pope or even like a grand patriarch, you don't have a central authority from which to derive interpretation of scripture. It really just comes down to your family and your local church. You could have a local cult leader who just, you know, who gives sermons to like 200 or 300 people, and that's your Christianity. And like it's not about the Bible, it's about the way you're framing it. There's not really any like second check to it. There's no like checks and balances. What do you think Protestantism is? I mean, it doesn't defer to papal authority, if I remember correctly.
Have that option, going to college?
No,
going on. Really?
College wasn't an option, no.
You were just to get married.
So silly.
Get married and then just
Nobody
become
actually listens to the Pope. I need you to understand that the variance between Protestant churches in America is much greater than the variance between Catholic churches across Christendom, across the Catholic world. I promise you. We don't need to do this again. I'm just telling you that, like, that is a byproduct of not having any greater authority to defer to.
A trad wife.
Exactly, yeah.
Have as many kids as possible.
Yeah, and that was not my favorite option.
No, it's very pagan. It's very pagan.
But what the more charismatic groups were kind of pulling me in for was more of a Christian nationalist leader type. Because women could actually be leadership in Christian nationalism if you were the right strain. And that was better. That was a better option. So I went to the college that essentially that family picked out for me. I would not have chosen that for myself, I don't think. But I compromised with my parents and didn't burn bridges, and I went for music instead of science or something like that. So in a lot of ways, like, even if it's not the most, even if my family was not the ones who were driving every step of my path, like, everything I did was for other people and for other people's expectations.
It's not just about the Pope itself. Catholic Church has entire institutions whose job it is to study texts academically. Yeah, I think a lot of people forget, but Catholicism historically has always been a very academic institution. The most well-read, learned people in Europe for like 1,000 years were Catholic priests and monks. They were like the only motherfuckers who be like that, you know? You go to monasteries for their books. Like, they were centers of learning. Not to say that they were right about all that shit they believed. Yeah, the Jews as well, 100%. But modern day, like, evangelical, there's like anti-intellectual on every level. There is no evangelical equivalent for a person getting like a master's in divinity in order to read the sacred text, in order to like argue in a scholarly sense for biblical law. Even for evangelicals, if you can run like a televangelist scheme, if you can pitch people to send money to your church, you're a good evangelical right there. You've made it. Congratulations. If you're a salesman, you're qualified.
I didn't really have autonomy. I didn't have choices. I made the best choices that I could without completely burning my life down around me.
Could you have gone to make your own money and that kind of thing and have your own?
That was a constant fight. I didn't.
Did they believe that girls and women shouldn't work outside the home, basically?
Yeah. It was not super even heard of. Like, you can teach music, you can become a midwife. Those are kind of your options if you're a woman. Yeah. You can't go out and do much else.
I'm curious how you were treated differently from like how your brothers were treated versus you.
So I actually had probably the best experience as this goes because I only had a younger brother. I didn't have a ton of younger siblings. But even that, with just one brother who was 2.5 years younger than me, the work that I was responsible to do versus him, like I was cooking all of the meals, like Danny said earlier, I was cooking all of the meals every weekend. My brother wasn't responsible to do any of that. I was working.
Are trad wives really a big thing, though? I would argue that the aspirational attention trad wives are given is more of a problem than trad wives themselves. Like, there aren't many quote-unquote trad wives, but there are a lot of young women who are raising themselves to admire a set of principles that value things like deference to men, subservience. Like, for instance, that haha, I'm just a girl bit, you know? Like, it's fine, you can say it. I'm not saying it's problematic. It's just, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that's risen along with the recent rising tide of fascism that makes me think that women are, in many cases, internalizing certain negative values. In my opinion.
Full-time job all through nannying other people's kids, all through middle school and high school, and I was still being punished for not keeping the house clean enough, even though I wasn't there. I was literally living at a different house 4 days a week. Boys were supposed to be educated, but girls were supposed to learn to be keepers at home. And so it was not just help your mom, it was actually like perform being a wife now, perform being a housewife now, learn all the skills on the level that you'll need when you are a mother and need to sew your own whole family's wardrobe, make food from scratch. So they were literally going out of their way to find more things for us to do, to find more projects and skills.
Islam is even more scholastic fellows. Yes, I've heard that. That Islam tends to be very, yeah. I mean, so is, like, in fairness, so is Judaism. Judaism probably disproportionately the most so, considering the Jewish culture's affinity for everyone being a fucking nerd. So yeah, I don't know. Again, it's more to the point that all of the Abrahamic religions are very similar, except for evangelical Christians who are not Christians. I'm just saying, like, it's adding more to the idea that that particular branch of Protestantism really doesn't bear much of a resemblance to the rest of Christianity or Abrahamism.
For us to learn. So we were busy and tired. Just in our country as it is right now, girls' access to leisure time, even outside of these circles, is greatly reduced from boys. But in these circles, I've heard you talk about how, like, the boys would be outside playing for hours and hours when you guys were still inside doing chores.
Yeah, my older sisters were waking up with babies at night.
I had the 4 a.m. shift.
I was changing diapers when I was 7, 8 years old of younger siblings, feeding them, taking care of them,
And not just like once in a while for fun.
No, like as a general rule.
Yeah, like you got in trouble if you didn't do it.
Yeah, like who was going to watch the baby if you don't take care of the baby?
What was the hierarchy in your households?
Well, God, Jesus, pastor, elders, dad, wife, kids.
Older brothers.
Oh yeah, older brothers.
Older brothers go before the
yeah, there was
girls.
sibling hierarchy as well. So like the older siblings could discipline.
This is insane. Yeah, also, again, to draw the distinction, I don't know. I've never really heard of a Catholic community referring to their local priest as part of a hierarchy of authority. Like, okay, I might be totally out of my purview here, but it's very, very common in the evangelical communities for local pastors to be like an actual authority. Like, you have to listen to them. They're like a direct link between you and God. They talk to you like they are the envoy, if you fuck it up with them. But with Catholicism, the way I've heard it, a lot of priests are basically, they treat it like a job. Because there are so many Catholic churches, so many Catholic priests. It's like, okay, our local priest. The real hierarchy is you and God, but like the priest is just the priest. He's not the Pope. If you have a local priest who's a dick, he can be a dick. You can still be a Catholic. You're not infinitely deferential to this one specific interpretation of text. It could just be like this priest, he's just a worker in the Catholic hierarchy, Rural Catholics can be big guys in their town. That's true. It also does correlate a lot to like rural versus urban. That's true, for sure. I've just I've been on both sides of the fence because one half of my family is Protestant going back, one half is Catholic going back, so I've been to both, and I don't know. It's just a very different vibe. We've been on this a lot lately, but it's important because religiosity is kind of the driving force behind the whole like apocalyptic war in the Middle East, the apocalyptic posturing. Yeah, a priest is appointed by a bureaucracy. If you have a local shitty priest, it doesn't mean that like your community is now infinitely bound to that one priest's interpretation of the text. It means that they're part of a big bureaucracy where the church just gave that church a shitty priest. They can just be an asshole. You can take it up a level. Mail your bishop or something, You can, hey, this guy's an asshole or something. They couldn't get away with as much. I feel like a third of the evangelical pastors out there are like, yeah, God wants you to give me your daughters or whatever. Because that's the whole point of cults, right? I don't know with the priests. The priests don't do that. The priests, they just molest the boys, but they do it because they're on the choir or whatever. It's kind of a different dynamic. It's not good when they do that. Hot take. Grandpa's male bishops about priests all the time. It's really funny for me to imagine the idea of like getting mad at a priest, so you send a letter to the local cathedral. I don't know. It's very funny. Very, very funny to think about.
Yeah. AKA spank the younger kids.
The siblings could punish each other.
Like corporal punishment.
Yeah, we were told to. I mean, as the oldest kid, I was told to. Like, that's how I was told to handle things.
I was the black sheep. I wasn't
You
allowed.
have 10, 12, 14 children. You can't possibly keep track of all of them. And so you have to enlist your older children to look out for their...
Yeah, the husband and the older brothers teach the little girls how to be good wives. Like, younger sisters treat their older brothers and their fathers the way you're meant to treat your husband in the future. It's like trad wife training your whole life.
Your siblings. It's very isolated, and so your entire community, your entire world is the church.
Grooming, for sure. Evangelicals innately pedophilic. You've seen those like purity balls, chastity promises, chastity rings, where it looks like the dad's proposing to the daughter. Oh, there's some fucked up stuff in this country, man. Fucked up stuff.
You are homeschooled almost exclusively. And so there's no other basis. It's all within the church. If you have extracurriculars, you're being taught piano by someone in the church. You're being taught another language by someone in the church. It's just very insulated. So if you leave everything. You leave everything that you've ever known.
And it really does come down to like a focus on purity. It's just everybody's purity is a little different. But like you have to be, it's not just within the sexual context that like we usually would say.
I feel like this is also like anti-Christian doctrine, because every Catholic I've ever heard speak has made it extremely clear that no man is without sin. The evangelical insistence on posturing as though you can live a life of purity comes across as like, I don't know. There was one guy who lived a pure life, and his name was Jesus Christ, and he's been dead for a while. This obsession with like, that's the whole point of confession, you know? I don't know.
Purity culture around, but it's also within it's within the books that you're reading and the types of Christians you're associating with and the music you're listening to. You have to be pure in all of it.
Definitely a direct demonization of intuition and your feelings. So you're just like walking through life, following what you're being told to do when it doesn't feel right. And I think that the impact of that on maybe especially women and our bodies, the way that so many of our bodies have broken down and there's so much chronic illness, has to be part of that, because you are required to ignore your natural instincts. How many of us disciplined our children in a way that felt wrong? And we knew.
It feels like Orthodox Jews on crack. Well, like Haredi Jews aren't that dissimilar to this. Very Orthodox Jews are in a lot of ways very similar to this. There's a lot of commonalities in how just far right ultra Orthodox religious practices kind of overlap, you know?
That it felt wrong and it went against our intuition, and we did it anyway because we were required to do it to fit in. That's like one example of like a grief that you just ignored for the sake of doing what you were told to do.
What made you finally leave?
I had a daughter.
Remember Mike Purity Ball Johnson? Yeah, I remember this, man. It's crazy how much these people control our fucking government. It's like so grim.
A new controversy has erupted around House Speaker Mike Johnson, and I'm trying to assess, I don't know, how big a deal this is or ought to be. ABC News uncovered a TV segment today from 2015 showing Speaker Johnson attending a controversial formal dance event called a Purity Ball with his then 13-year-old daughter. Segment from German news station NTV features clips of Johnson and his daughter Hannah at the ball putting a corsage on her wrist, and shows Johnson's daughter vowing to him to live a life of purity, as well as her signing a pledge to abstain from sex until marriage. Oddly enough, the video has now disappeared from the internet. despite the ABC report linking to it on the German TV station's website. And you click on the link, you see it starting to load, and then it says it's no longer available. I don't know why, but these purity balls were popular, especially in the early 2000s, among some conservative Christians. Dads wear tuxedos, the daughter dressed in a ball gown. The reporter in the piece commenting, "This looks like a wedding, but they are not bride and groom, but rather father and daughter." Johnson's wife, who's a Christian counselor, telling the station sex before marriage is simply out of the question. Left, of course, will have a field day over this, fueling the narrative that Johnson's a religious kook, which has been a talking point for them. But I don't know, maybe this is pretty wacky. I just don't know enough about it. Joining me now is Linda K. Klein, author of the book Pure, Inside the Evangelical Movement That Shamed a Generation of Young Women and How I Broke Free.
It's extremely pedophilic, and it's also very common.
Thanks very much for coming on the show. Appreciate it. All right, so you say this is a big deal. Tell me why.
Absolutely. Because what this reveals is that we are talking about not a mainstream conservative Christian, but a extremist. Really, even among purity culture advocates, purity balls are extreme. You know, a lot of folks, even within the movement, find them a little creepy.
How much did you experience dealing with things like purity balls?
Yeah, I did grow up within purity culture, but I did not grow up within the kind of extremist culture that we're talking about that does these purity balls. I mean, just to give you a little bit of a sense,
just look at this, man. It's the dad in a tuxedo and the little 13-year-old girl in a bridal gown, and it's a ball between them where she's pledging to not have sex with anyone but her future husband. And she's pledging it to her dad. And this woman is correct that purity balls are not that common, because this is like a very formal, very upscale, like wealthy evangelical kind of event. But the sentiment underlying this, like purity pledges, and the idea that daughters owe their fathers their virginities until marriage, that is, I would not only say common among evangelicals, but actually like the predominant position.
Purity ball is really something that you've got a group of, oftentimes a very traditional purity ball. You've got a group of young children, girls around the age of 12, 13, along there. They're in gowns that are not just ball gowns, but white ball gowns, wedding gowns in many ways. And they're fathers, and together their fathers are in suits or tuxedos, and they have a dance and they have a dinner, and it culminates at the end with this sort of placing of the purity ring, often on the ring finger, the girl's ring finger, as a promise to her father and also to her father in heaven that she will not defile her sexual purity before marriage, not just not have sex, but defile her sexual purity in any way. And then eventually the idea is that this ring stays on her finger until it is replaced by her wedding ring, by her husband, which essentially symbolizes the transfer of ownership over her sexuality from her father to her husband.
Let me read you. This is from the Washington Stand. It's run by the Family Research Council, an evangelical group. The headline is, "Mike Johnson is a good father. The left hates him for it. That is a beautiful commitment, though one might wonder why ABC finds it newsworthy," because ABC is the one who broke the story. "As they come of age, young girls should be thinking about the future effects of their decisions for themselves and others. Such guidance could spare many women the heartbreaks and despair caused by hookup culture."
They control our government, man. There are a lot of evangelicals in government. If you count people who are deferential to them, there are a lot more.
What do you make of that?
Absolutely agree that girls should be encouraged to make their own choices. Unfortunately, purity culture does not teach girls how to make their own choices. It tells them what their choice has to be. And what their choice within purity culture has to be is to maintain their utter and absolute purity. And purity, again, is much larger than whether you have sex before marriage. It has to do with purity of thought, purity of mind, making sure that you don't inspire sexual thoughts within a man or a boy by what you wear or how you walk or how you talk or anything about you. So we really are talking about the erasure of choice, not the offer.
Don't you think these kinds of values also inform a lot of the incel movement, in that they're bitter that they don't own women and aren't able to have like child brides? Yeah, for sure, 100%. People embittered by the fact that the only way they would have ever had a girlfriend in the past was that women literally needed a husband to survive. For sure, yeah.
Of choice. I do believe that girls and women should have choices, and not having sex before marriage.
When conservatives, rail against feminism, what they're complaining about is that they can't do this to young girls, essentially.
Is a absolutely fine and healthy choice among many.
Thank you for watching. Go to News Nation.
You're not welcome. Anyway, yeah, that's how evangelicals are pedophiles, I guess. Breakdown of Congress by religion: over half is Protestant, which is higher than national average, and a significant portion of those are going to be evangelical. Though keep in mind, evangelical is not a formal categorization, so it's not something that they would necessarily self-identify as. As an example, T.I. the rapper went with his daughter on OBGYN appointments and had the doctor report if the hymen was intact. Cool. Well. Don't know why I was taking my glasses off there. How do they check for the son's virginities? Well, presumably if their penis is wilted and browned like an overripe banana, that's how you know that they've been engaging in ungainful sexual activity. Yeah. One day it'll happen to me after I marry. Yay. Oh. I think we've done enough fitting this to my body. Okay. What a depressing stream. Well, it's not all bad. It's not all bad. There's got to be some good happening today. AP News. Is anything good happening today? Anything at all? Christ was risen yesterday. I mean, not yesterday, but like a while ago. But it happened yesterday, on the day of the yesterday. That's cool. New NDP leader is nice. I've heard that. There's the whole moon thing. That's pretty cool. The moon is cool, in my opinion. Live feed. NASA Artemis 2 kicks off trip around the moon.
Or brightness and darkness that you see on
look like commas.
Humans have ever period able to conduct any necessary hygiene. They're able to configure the cabin, which will be especially important for today's lunar taking away food. That's when we're
getting closer. Doing a little loop-de-loop. That is the moon, yeah.
And I know Jenny wants to get to you with some topics, so I'll leave you with Oriental is 3.8 billion years old.
That new shot of Earth from Artemis 2 is so beautiful, makes you appreciate the planet more. No, it's very pretty. It's very pretty for sure. Absolutely. Looks a little bit dustier in the new picture, but I'm pretty sure that's just photo settings. I don't think that the Earth has dulled like unpolished glass over the past couple decades. That's the night side? Gotcha. Pollution? No, it's not pollution. Got the MCU editing? That's fucking true. That could actually be CO2 haze. I really don't think it's that. I think it's just how the sun was shining and the photo settings and so on. You've seen how different people can look in different camera settings, lighting, whatever else. You can see the aurora. You can see the aurora borealis down here. Look at that. Well, you can see them on both sides. Isn't that gorgeous? It's crazy. Why does that shit even happen? Magic? Who knows? Who knows? The original picture of the moon was color boosted? Well, this is the Earth, not the moon. But yeah, I understand your point. It's a photo illuminated with the moon. You can see stars and city lights indicating that it's night. Ah, yeah. No, you're completely correct. This is the night side of the Earth because you can see the lights over here in Australia, Melbourne and Sydney and such, right? This is Australia? Is it? No. Yes? That's Africa? That's Africa. Okay. I'm trying to orient it in my mind. Where... That's North Africa? Okay. Well, that would explain why it's all deserty. Spain in the bottom left. Ah, yes, because it's not rotated. Yes, yes. Well, the original photo here was not rotated. They just cropped and rotated it, you know, which I think makes it worse. Everyone wants North to be up. North doesn't have to be up. North doesn't have to be up at all. I'm rotating the orb in my mind right now. Yeah, okay. The South, the Aurora, Australia. Yeah, okay. They were playing Chaperone at some point. Overwhelming cultural victory for queer people. Pink Pony Club is a very good song. I'm sure I've heard it. I just don't know it. Don't know it. Oh, this is a new photo of the moon? Well, I don't think the moon looks quite like this, does it? What, why does it, what editing business has been done here? Why is it so colorful? Gay? For Pride Month? Okay. I believe it. It looks like an oil slick all over the depressions in the moon. Okay, here's an actual. The Artemis II crew are the first to ever see the far side of the moon with human eyes. That is crazy, because the moon's tidally locked, right? Which means that we never see the far side of the moon. It's just been seen by satellites. Not satellite, well, maybe satellites, you know, whatever else. It's the first time humans have seen it. That's really cool. Very neat. First to see the entire far side of the moon with their eyes. Ah, okay. Semantics. Yeah. What matters is that it looks nice, okay? This feels inappropriate because we're seeing the moon's butt. I understand. You heard about the Joplin, Missouri tornado? Wait, MO is Missouri, right? It's not one of the states I think about that often. Yes? Okay, just making sure it's not Montana. Around 150 dead? 150 dead from a tornado. That is a... remarkably high death count. 150. Are you sure you don't mean 150 casualties? That was in 2011? Then why is it being brought up right now? Joplin tornado. Yeah, I'm just seeing results from 2011. Why are we talking about it then? Joplin was 2011. Okay, then why did it get brought up? Okay. Thank you for the information. A plane just hit the Twin Towers? Holy shit. You see this cool photo from the launch? I did not see this. That is very cool. I love how liquid the fire looks, you know? Latest saturated color view. Oh, that is very pretty. Saturated color view. It's like a relief map. We landed on the moon. I don't think we're landing on it this time. I could be wrong. I haven't been paying much attention. That sounds expensive. I don't know if we got the budget for that right now. Just a flyby? It's still cool. Still cool. Doing a little U-turn. We're landing in 2028? Really? Okay. We'll see if we still have a country by then. I hope we do. It'd be cool. It would be nice. Check out this funny Artemis 2 clip. Sure.
Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen will be up first to capture imagery and record audio on the portable computing devices. You hear those referred to as PCDs, while Victor and Christina serve as the support members. The crew will switch.
You're right. That was funny in a surreal kind of way. No, I agree. That was funny. That was, I like that. Yeah. How do you feel about the fact that NASA has plans to build a base and have people there nonstop through the 2030s? I'm not against space colonization at all. Potentially, it could be used to improve the lives of humans tremendously. I just think that right now, we're even if we were able to extract benefits from the cosmos, I don't really think it would be doing much for humanity right now. We could get unlimited resources from asteroid mining. Even if we figured out the logistics, we could just get whatever we wanted, and still somehow you would not be able to afford to pay your college tuition. The way things are arranged right now, I really don't think there's much of a relationship between material scarcity and your quality of living. There is some relationship, I just don't think there's much of one. Into colonization confirmed. You know, I will say I don't like the term colonization when referring to space. Colonization on Earth has basically always been the replacement of the native population. It's been a violent process where you establish a settlement after displacing the native inhabitants. Not always, but usually. Whereas in this case, the cosmos are ripe for the taking. There's no life out there, at least not nearby. So we're not really harming anyone. Space exploration, space expansion. You know, there's other terms. Colonization, though, that's a very negative term to me. Settlement works? Settlement works, yeah. Isn't colonizing just a fancy way of saying development? Well, it's just the connotation. That's all. It's just the connotation, you know? Frontiering? No. Expansion? Domain expansion. JJK reference? Here's an explanation of the coloring. Simple glance, we see it as gray with the right lens. Its entire palette appears blue from titanium, orange from ancient rocks, and more iron on the far side. Okay, that's cool. Okay, that's what it's doing then. It's fuller color spectrum. I didn't know if it was a fuller color spectrum photo or if it was somebody digitally editing the photo to have color where it doesn't. That was something that I didn't understand for a long time. When you see those photos of like galactic nebula, they are colored differently from how we would look at them, but oftentimes they're not artificially colored. It's just the camera sees wavelengths of light that we can't, so it's using human readable colors as a replacement. They're essentially compressing, or I should say expanding the visible color spectrum to the width of the range of the camera's sensors. So it's not how we would see it, but it is a real interpretation of how it looks. It's not just an artist painting over it, you know? Though the decision on how to interpret the colors is, of course, an artistic choice to an extent, but, you know. Recent picture of Jupiter? Well, show me then. Yeah, I saw the discourse about these photos that like the guy has aura looking down at Earth, but the lady is like, oh man, women always do be taking selfies. Am I right, fellas? Or something. I saw the discourse. Yeah. Phenomenal photos, by the way. Compositionally, the woman's photo is much better. The upward tilt, very uncommon angle from which to photograph a human, by the way. Like from the underside with the extended chin. It's actually like rare to see a photo of a person like this. It looks very it's very emotional. It's very aspirational, no? It's like she's reaching back towards the earth. It's very beautiful. The hair too? Yeah, no, the hair too as well. Here, Juno orbiter delivers spectacular new photos of Jupiter. It does kind of make me wish that humans could see in a broader color spectrum. That would be kind of cool. You know, bees can see in ultraviolet. There are multiple species that can see infrared to an extent. It would be nice to be able to look up at Jupiter and see this. I wouldn't look exactly like this, of course, but it would, you know, be interesting, I think. Be kind of cool. Keep going down. It won't let me scroll down for some reason. Oh, you mean back down in the main page. I see. Yeah, look at that. I'd hang this on my wall. That's very beautiful. I'm thankful for the beauty we can see regardless. It is true. We are among all the species on Earth uniquely capable of appreciating beauty. There's no other species we know of that can look at a painting of a white square on a white background and go, damn, I need to quit drinking. That's a uniquely human experience. No, it's very beautiful. Chimpanzees make pilgrimages to waterfalls. Okay. Let's not anthropomorphize too much. This is a degree of anthrocentrism is permissible. Okay, we do in fact have unique brains. Elephants paint? Yes, and it's beautiful. You know, the core of Jupiter is made of liquid metallic hydrogen. Yeah. I've played Outer Wilds, okay? I've gone to the core. Thank you. I did the thing with the jellyfish. Have you seen the Falling into Jupiter simulation video? I don't believe that I have, no. I mean, wouldn't the actual simulation be like, you fucking die, mostly? The pressure isn't high enough inside? Well, eventually it would be, right? Ugh. Yeah, the idea of looking out at an infinite cloudy horizon that's larger, like you would be able to see so far in between the layers of cloud when you were in layers where the transparent gases had precipitated or whatever, maybe not precipitated, like layered out, and you can see a horizon like an infinite expanse because the size of Jupiter means that the horizon permits you a farther view than it would on Earth. It sounds nightmarish. I wouldn't like it. I would not enjoy that. I got scared playing Outer Wilds on stream. If you watch my old Outer Wilds playthrough, you can see I'm petrified of both the eye. Well, I don't want to spoil anything. I guess me saying that didn't really spoil much. You should play Outer Wilds if you haven't already. But I was petrified of, let's say, the larger celestial bodies that I had to enter. You should play Outer Wilds. If you haven't played Outer Wilds, you're kind of desold, in my opinion. Your special suit allows you to see in the darkness and descend deeper. And this is, I assume, the liquid mantle? Well, you'd be dead by now. I mean, yeah, the pressure that could liquefy hydrogen would certainly turn you into a little red ball. Play a VR mod of Outer Wilds. It's intense. I legitimately would rather die than do that. After a long time, you'd finally reach the core. This the type of shit that Dr. Manhattan was doing for a while after he left Earth, you know? I've walked the surface of the sun. He was like holding his breath to walk around on the surface of the core of Jupiter. That'd be crazy. And he lost his humanity. I would also not care that much about my ex after walking on the core of Jupiter. Yeah, I like not to suggest that I'm built different or anything. I also would feel, I think it was miraculous that she was able to bring him back to humanity after he had done that. Because if I had walked on the surface of the sun, you could not get me to give a shit about any of that anymore. I'd be gone mentally. Oh, yeah. You're the child of, you're the comedian, your mom. They didn't like each other, but you had, okay, yeah, all right. I'm gonna go, I don't know, hurtle myself into the core of the sun. I need your input on the government asking for public input on big board banks and the word that... Okay, hold on 1 second. So you're very interested in getting me to read this. The problem is the thing that you want me to read is a Federal Reserve form proposal, which sounds really boring, and I don't have the education necessary to parse the information contained therein. So I guess my position on this is didn't read all that Free Palestine. Read it, you coward. I'm not arrogant enough to believe, oh, it's a petition for public comment? I'm not writing a public comment. They're going to arrest me or something. I don't know. The whole submission? Oh, no, fuck this. Please, it's really important. There's lots of stuff that's really important, honey. There are 16 pages of proposals to comment on? Okay. It's only 3 pages? This isn't how this works. It's not how it works. Get started, sir, but you told us to read? Okay, then I'm going to read what I care about. All right. Motherfucker. Okay. 3rd of May, Bistritz. Left Munich at 8:35 p.m. on the 1st of May, arriving at Vienna early next morning. Should have arrived at 6:46, but train was an hour late. Budapest seems a wonderful place from the glimpse which I got of it from the train and the little I could walk through the streets. I feared to go very far from the station as we had arrived late and would start as near the correct time as possible. The impression I had was that we were leaving the west and entering the east, the most western of splendid bridges above the Danube, which is here of noble width and depth, took us among the traditions of Turkish rule. We left in pretty good time and came after nightfall to Klausenburg. Here I stopped for the night at the Hotel Royal. I had for dinner, or rather supper, a chicken done up some way with red pepper, which was very good but thirsty. Memory, get recipe for Mina. I asked the waiter, and he said it was called paprika Händel, and that it was a national dish, and I should be able to get it anywhere among the Carpathians. I found my smattering of German very useful here. Indeed, I don't know how I should have been able to get on without it. Is that enough? Have we read enough? Was that enough? That's a very weird Federal Reserve proposal. Oh, you're right. You're right. That was very uncommon. But I promise I will write a comment off stream. Dracula's good, actually. I wouldn't know. I haven't read it. I assume it's good. It did kind of like, you know, spawn an entire archetype. What were we reading? That was the opening of Dracula. Bram Stoker's. Dick Stoker's Dracula. Oh, no spoilers. No spoilers in the book. Thank you for at least taking a look at it. Don't break my heart. I don't know if you were here earlier, but I skipped around through a 3-minute TikTok video because I didn't want to sit still watching that whole thing. Here, let me close all of this. Close this, close that, close that, close this. Highest quality video of the moon was just released. Where were you? Oh, that's very pretty. Why audio? There's no sound out there. That is very high quality. God damn. I mean, I don't know what resolution you're watching the stream on, but that's some crispy 8K lunar footage for me. I'm mesmerized. Browsing my timeline. What the fuck am I looking at here? What is cross-dressing? And is it different from being trans? Pink News. That's interesting framing from a historically queer-friendly newspaper. What is cross-dressing and why it's not the same as being trans? That's a different title. That's a very different title. Pink News laid off all their writers? Oh. Well, there are no readers anymore, so... Twitter AI function that chutifies titles when you post them. That's why people keep getting mad at me. You're starting to look too skinny. Eat a bit more, please. You know what was fucked up, man? Last night, this morning, because last night I had a little bit of a tummy ache, you know, made thorough use of the commode. And then this morning I was like, what a perfect day to weigh myself. How is my diet and exercise progress you know, caught on. I'm noticeably thinner than I was a couple months ago. I step on the scale, 212. I'm the exact same weight. I have to assume a lot of that is muscle gained. My body's thirsty for it, you know. The whole time I went down to, from 290 pounds down to 210, I didn't exercise, so my body, I didn't put on any muscle. I assume that I've probably lost a few pounds of fat, put on a few pounds of muscle. That's my cope, at least. Written by Pink News Reporter. Just AI, then? Why are you speaking like a 19th century congressman? What did I do? What did I do? You don't look skinnier than a few months ago? Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for your sentiment. Are they not putting out the pictures of Kristi Noem's husband? I want to see him again. They're really funny. God almighty. It's fucking crazy that the average conservative based on the media they consume thinks that this is like an archetypal trans woman. You know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, that's what they're like. Why are they misaligned? Well, I assume that's meant to add to the humiliation, the innate humiliation of being a woman, right? Embarrassing for lack of effort. It might actually be the most embarrassing possible type of cross-dressing. You know what I mean? Like, literally anything else would be preferable. I guess maybe if he was like a leather sissy, if it was photos of him in lingerie or what, I don't know. Maybe there's... God, I hate these people on Grindr. Diapers? Maybe diapers, yeah. I haven't stopped thinking about how you said that's probably what conservatives think trans people are like. It is. I really think that, yeah. Based on the media. When they draw, like, cartoons of trans women, they always look like this, basically, you know? I need this off my screen. I'm sorry, it is very funny, though. It is extremely funny. I'm sorry. It's just... stop scrolling. What the it's just very funny. I'm sorry. If you're transgender and you feel put upon in any way, please understand that this is not you. I know that you could post a picture of like Conan the Barbarian and the average internet brain poison transgender woman would go mogs me, but it does not in fact mog you. Wait, is that Kristi Noem in the photo with him? Good catch. There might be some kind of relationship between them the media has yet to pick up on. Okay, but it still makes my blood boil. Listen, after we ideologically eradicate conservatism from the American mind, there will no longer be any sissies or cross-dressers on Grindr. We'll finally all be free. I can look at men on Grindr without being tormented by, you know, those types messaging me. And you no longer need a stark and frankly inappropriate reminder of your worst visions of yourself. So you're seriously anti-cross-dressing? I'm not even a little bit anti-cross-dressing as a concept. I am militantly against cross-dressing as a subculture, if that makes any sense. Which is to say, not all people who cross-dress fit into that subculture, but when you say cross-dresser, or CDs as it's normally referred to on Grindr, you're referring to an archetype of person which is slightly demonic, in my opinion. Yeah, it's like femboys, right? Where like the concept of a feminine guy is fine. God be with you, right? But the archetype of a femboy in many cases is not fine. All sissies, however, are going to hell. Are femboys cross-dressers? Literally, yes. In practice, no. Conceptually, no. In a technical sense, yes, but no, they're different. It's a semantic. Conservatives cosplay? I guarantee you that conservatives are very overrepresented in the aforementioned cross-dresser, sissy, grinder, so on and so forth. You know what I mean? Guarantee you. Easy, easy. I think you're maybe saying cross-dressing is fine, but you don't like it when it gets fetishized. No, I don't have a problem with people fetishizing it. Listen. If you're familiar with the subcultures, you're familiar with the subcultures. This is very much okay. Hypers, if you know what I'm talking about. This to me, this is just, have you been on Grindr or not? If you've been on Grindr or if you've been in gay subcultures, then all of this is like intuitive knowledge. But if you haven't been, you might interpret what I'm saying as a kind of like reactionary opposition to men dressing up as women, which I have literally no problem with. But if you know, just say what you mean, man. I've said what I mean. I don't know. It's I'm relying on a degree of in culture familiarity, and if you don't have it, it would take a lot longer to explain. For the people in the back. I don't really know how to put it without sounding like I'm exaggerating. Like, there is an archetype of guys who like to dress up. Okay, so let me be clear, because sissies and cross-dressers, very overlapping groups, like in a Venn diagram. They don't dress up as women. They dress up as caricatures, like drag, right? Like very lacy lingerie. And the point is that they are humiliating themselves. They're not dressing up as women because they're excited by their appearance as women, like in an aesthetic sense, like they're appreciating it. The point is that it's degrading. Like, they are a man, but they want to be humiliated and degraded for looking like women. Is this innately bad? No, I don't really care what you're into. But community-wise, by and large, these people are, and this is true, these people tend to be older, conservative, misogynistic, homophobic, very unintrospective, and very, 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 very pushy and gross. So yeah, it's a lot of like conservative husband cheating on his wife by surreptitiously proposing other men to fuck him in the ass in a Denny's bathroom while he's wearing ill-fitting lingerie, which is disgusting, obviously, on every level. Especially the cheating part, right? I mean, obviously that's not good. That's the archetype that I'm talking about here. And it sounds like I'm inventing a guy. I'm describing like a lot of people. You all know, like, I'm describing an extremely common archetype that everyone who has dated around in the gay scene is familiar with. It is like a incredibly large group. It's the main way that bisexual conservative guys who are self-hating for their queer tendencies engage in homosexuality. Of course, there's nothing at all wrong with dressing as a woman, even if you want to be human. I don't care, you know. What I'm talking about is the archetype. I'm talking about the archetype. And a lot of them are chasers, for sure, 100%, yeah. Do you think systematic homophobia and deep repression cause this? It's 100% a byproduct of self-hatred and repression. Absolutely, 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 yeah. That is what I'm referring to. And this is, mind you, completely distinct from femboys, totally different archetype. Also, guys who dress up feminine, but for one, femboy is as much a distinct fashion archetype as it is a descriptor. And for two, by and large, the point of being a femboy is not to be humiliated for dressing femininely, but rather to actually appreciate your beauty when you dress that way. Usually a cross-dresser will emphasize the contrast between their masculine appearance and feminine posturing and clothing, whereas usually femboys will lean into feminine on both ends of things, so there's more of a cultural synchronicity between them, you know? But then you have the issues with how all the Polish Nazi femboys and the pedophilia and so on. Anyway, what I'm saying is that Grindr's a cesspit, but, you know, if you go on apps other than Grindr, you have to interact with straight women. And whew, that's a whole other thing. Like the evil guy from Guts. Technically, Griffith is a Bishanen, a beautiful man, and not a femboy. He does not dress in women's clothing, but in practice, that is how he's interpreted nowadays, because the concept of a Bishanen, or like a very beautiful and somewhat androgynous person who is nonetheless a man, that's less of an archetype now, I think. Hassan can never give analysis like this. Well, that's because he's heterosexual, which, you know, a bit of a betrayal of the cause. Love how you butchered the pronunciation. Yeah, my apologies. I've actually kind of forget how it's pronounced. I'm so confused. What are you confused by? I'm finding this much more engaging than, you know, Trump's 50th threat against Iran. Tell me what you're confused by. I'll clear it up. What's a chaser? Lol, do I want to know? A chaser is a person who fetishizes trans people, but that's too broad of a distinction. When people say chaser, what they usually mean is a straight or bisexual guy who's very fixated on the ambiguity and incoherence of, or perceived incoherence of a woman with a penis, and fetishizes that element of them. You know, it's a negative descriptor. I don't think there's anything innately wrong. Certainly there's nothing innately wrong with finding trans women attractive. I don't think there's even anything innately wrong with finding trans women specifically attractive for any of the traits they might have. But there is a difference between finding a person attractive and fetishizing them. I think it's easier to imagine, like, in a racial context, right? There's nothing at all weird if a white guy, for say, like, just tends to keep finding himself dating Black or Latin women. It just happens. Depends where you grow up. Maybe they're more present, what communities you're in. That there's nothing wrong. But there's a difference between that and fetishizing them. And that might manifest in different ways, you know? The fetishization, the objectification, so on. Yeah, you know, and you don't want to do that. I mean, obviously, it's kind of up to whoever you're with, you know, if you're with a Black woman and she doesn't really care, she thinks it's hot, whatever. I don't give a shit what you do. But the idea with chasers is that they're very demeaning and very dehumanizing when they engage with trans women, like generally, not just in the context of a relationship they have, which is not good. Especially because, you know, you're generally fetishizing trans people for attributes they're not too keen on. Sort of a variance in severity there, right? Like if you're into tall women and you tend to find yourself going after trans women a lot, I don't think a lot of trans women would necessarily mind that too much because, you know, height's often a desirable characteristic. But if you're going after them because a lot of them have a penis, a lot of them do not, in fact, want to have a penis. So, you know, you're kind of, you know, you're sort of rubbing salt in the wound a little bit, so to speak. But it depends, you know, talk to people, whatever. I hate being 6'5" as a trans woman. 6'5" is very tall. That's true. That is true. So what makes some fetishes okay and some bad? Probably the extent to which your fetishization of a person or a person's attributes overlaps with the likelihood of you contributing to any discriminatory behavior in the real world, right? Like, most people don't talk about a foot fetish being potentially exploitative because everyone has feet. Reminding a person that they have feet isn't really like harmful to them. But if you're fetishizing their race or their, you know, they're being transgender or whatever, it's more likely you're overlapping with tropes, right? You get what I mean. That's a good bit, Sophie, for sure. God, this is so funny. Dude, this is 101 shit. This is very basic. This is 101 stuff. You know, in the scene. If you're a homosexual, just keep your fetishes to yourself. Unfortunately, I think most people aren't ready for this because it's very I don't know, it's very revealing, but a lot of politics is derivative of the psychosexual map. Like, I would argue fascism is derived almost entirely from people's rejection of and subsequent fetishization of the toxic dynamic men have with women, you know? So unfortunately, you know, you to an extent, you have to engage with the psychosexual to understand a lot about the modern political landscape. Not just the modern one, the, you know, older historical ones as well, but this is the one we're living in, so it's easier to talk about. But I like toxic women? Well, you know, many such cases, for sure, for sure. Are we laughing at the gnome guy? Well, I mean, yes, but that was the instigating factor here. Weird segment? Yeah, maybe. I mean, for one, I think it's good to be familiar with queer culture and its outliers, even if you're straight. But for two, like, a lot of this stuff, I would argue, and I mean this, I'm not trying to do a bit, I would argue you could actually get a very good read on modern politics, especially gender politics, by learning about sissies and CDs. There's so much to learn. You're getting a little cutout, like a little microcosm of an environment that you can use as a framework to analyze the rest of society. It's very informative. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like interracial cuckoldry. Okay, like here's a genuine pitch, right? Everyone knows AI slop videos are very common. Why are so many of them fruit men and fruit women and a cuckoldry scenario where you have a man and a woman, and the man is and the woman, frankly, are both white coated in the facial structure imposed over the fruit that is their head. What? Hypers in chat if you know exactly what I'm talking about. I don't want people treating me like I'm making this up out of nowhere. Hypers in chat if you're like, oh yeah, he's talking about this incredibly common trend. Please, thank you. Yeah, it's very common. And then like a very muscular black coated fruit or whatever will come in and cuck the woman. Why is it so many AI videos are that? I mean, I know they're evocative, but why is there's lots of evocative stuff. Why is interracial cuckoldry like the #1 thing a lot of this AI procurement goes towards? It's the psychosexual landscape. It's the map, you know? The more you understand about why people act this way, the more you understand about politics, and in my opinion, conservatism, because I think conservatism is much more psychosexual than leftism. The reason being, of course, that you can make an empirical, rational argument for the stuff that I believe in, but conservatives don't. They make emotional arguments. So you have to find out where those emotions come from, usually fear, insecurity. Do you think Freud was right? My understanding, and I could be wrong, is that Freud was, the text. My understanding is that Freud was wrong in his specific theories, but correct in a lot of his general theories. So a lot of the weird incest-specific stuff that he wrote about was weird, inaccurate derivations of his broader theories, but the broader, like, psychoanalytical stuff was not only useful at the time, but is still, like, built upon today. He laid the foundations, yeah. So, like, fetishizing someone of Punjab descent is wrong for the connotations associated with ethnic discrimination, but you can still have a preference for Punjab women? And does that change based on power dynamics? For example, is the white one the Punjab? I think that, like, by and large, you don't have to think about it too much. I think that if your behavior is making people uncomfortable and it's causing you to treat people of a specific group in a weird way, then that's bad and you shouldn't do that. But at the end of the day, we are all to an extent kind of at the mercy of our sexual proclivities. It's just like hunger or anything else. It's just sort of a way you feel. You can only do so much about it. And it's just your responsibility to, you know, avoid hurting people. Don't be weird. You don't have to hyperanalyze everything. A lot of women have, right, like rape fantasies. It doesn't mean they want to be raped. It just means that the conceptual loss of power and autonomy is hot in like a specific environment. You don't have to like over analyze it. I just think it's important to be a little bit thoughtful about why you feel the way you do, or like how your feelings and behaviors are impacting other people. You know what I mean? I know too much now. All of this is very basic stuff. I know that we have a wide range of people who watch this stream, but like I would consider what I'm describing right now to be like very 101 stuff for being an adult and, you know, talking to people and so on, dating. Yeah, just keeping an eye on it. So we should be more like Mr. Noam? No, because he's a conservative cross-dresser. They're all going to hell. Anyway. Back to my Bannerlord game. The original was better. All right. Grinder 101. Very good. Very good. That'll be a good VP segment. Get a lot of nice discourse. Well, we're getting near that time, folks. I think I'm going to read donos soon. Let me go and take a piss first. I promise we'll do MGS2 soon. I promise. I promise. Let me go pee first. Hold on. It's not really like how this hangs even as an overshirt. Once I break this thing in, give it a couple of washes. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. What's up? Yep. One of the reasons I really love stiff, natural fibers, the way they break in, you know? Like already at the crooks here, very soft. Right here, inside the elbow. Very soft, very comfortable. But then this collar, stiff as a board. But you throw it through the wash a couple of times, you break it in, eventually it all sits totally naturally on your body. You know, it's just a matter of time. Just have to wear it in. You spend a lot of time breaking in new clothes? That's true, though less than I used to. I try not to buy as much anymore and try to value the clothes that I have. It's just, you know, the mistakes that everyone makes when they get into a new hobby, right? You get into drawing, you go to the store, you buy 20 pens. You get me. I don't spend all that much on clothes. Not by my standards, at least. Do some trap shrugs, you'll be golden? Yep. Yes, sir. What the hell is going on? Russians have been the #1 evil in the world for centuries and have never contributed to mankind. What the fuck are we doing? We're doing a bit. Russia has no culture or history. Okay. You play Death Stranding? Yes. Vosh, you're a diva who lives off donos? Mostly Google AdSense, but you know, it all fits in. What is that shirt? I think I have one. It's a work shirt, but it's made in fox fiber fabric, a specific breed of cotton. You know, Wonderlooper recently, hold on, they put out a video talking about a release of Ringer t-shirts from Fox Fiber. I can't wear Wonderlooper shirt. I don't like how tight the collar is. Wonderlooper Fox Fiber. Very interesting. Very interesting. Is it Wonderlooper that did this, or was I thinking about Warehouse? What makes a shirt a work shirt? It's the design. In this case, the work shirt comes from the two pockets here. Dress shirts have 0 or sometimes 1 pocket, like OCBDs often do. A work shirt tends to be cut a little bit wider, so you can move around a little bit more freely, and you have larger pockets. They also tend to be made thicker, like in a more durable fabric.
Founders of Wonderlooper, and today we're very excited to tell you about our latest creation, the Fox Fiber Siriami t-shirt. Yeah. Type of cotton here called fox fiber, and if you've been fans of us and if you've been following Wonderlooper for a while, you know that we're very big fans of this cotton. We use it in a hoodie already. We've got more hoodies to come, and we're especially excited to use it in this t-shirt. So fox fiber is a naturally colored, organically grown, US grown cotton, and these are all very important things. Number one, US grown cotton, organic, that's the real organic, best of the best. And the naturally occurring cotton, that is so special because when you can grow the color, you don't need to dye the color. So not only are we growing it organically and very ethically and sustainably, we're also avoiding any of the things that are involved in the dyeing process as well. So you get a rich natural color that's colored by Mother Nature herself. And I would, Mother Nature cool. And Sally Fox.
Because it's not dyed, the color change over time is a little bit different from a dyed material. Mm-hmm. Because when it's dyed, even if it's a permanent dye, over the course of many washes, it starts to fade. And that's, part of the beauty of, like wearing your garment for a long time, enjoying the, like aging process and stuff like that. But with this, it's somehow gets a little bit darker with washes and exposure to sun. Yeah. And it's not...
Isn't that odd? The fabric gets darker the more it's exposed to sun and washed. That's the opposite of like all dyes. It's weird.
Necessarily that each time you wear it, it gets darker and darker in color and it becomes a completely different color or anything like that. It's very subtle, but I just enjoy the process.
Yeah. But another important thing about Fox Fiber, or Sally Fox's Fox Fiber cotton, is that she bred the cotton especially to do this. So instead of...
It's very interesting stuff. It's just kind of like a material science, Ah. Always with the neck cracks. All right, I'm going to read donos. We'll see tomorrow if Trump follows up on his threats. I very much doubt he will, but I've been wrong about stuff before. You know, only fools make predictions. Ringek, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. Rhaegar, thank you for the $5. Figuring consultants like Sarah Longwell also developed idpol adds another reason to hate him. Yep, very cynical, very, very cynical tool against the left. Ike Skeward, thank you for the tier 2 sub and the tier 1 sub. If you could choose to selectively wipe your memory and experience a piece of media again for the first time, what would you pick? Outer Wilds. Easily. Easily Outer Wilds. Easily. 100%. Villara, thank you for the $10. Hey Vosh, law student and trans gal here. Appreciated your segment on the SCOTUS conversion therapy case a while back. Thanks for all you do. Good luck. Law student and trans gal. Man, you're fighting on both fronts there, you know. You're the victim and the soldier. Hope you're doing okay. What about Amori? I like Amori, but Outer Wilds. Is it really that good? Outer Wilds? Yeah, it's easily in my top 5 games ever. Might be number 1. Possibly? Absolutely. Yeah. Curvy Driftwood, thank you for the very kind $20. Catching up on past streams, you can see Mount Rainier from Victoria, BC on a clear day, and you can get a custom authentic Cowichan sweater for about 500 Canadian. Oh, or about 100 real dollars. Nice. Yeah, Rainier's real tall. What a landmark, you know? Thank you. I really appreciate that. I'd love a Cowichan sweater one day. Ice Dragon Air and Archrav, thanks to the tier 1 subs both. Hope this doesn't start the rice drama again, but I just wanted to say thanks. I didn't know you could do this. This being keeping it warm in the rice cooker for a couple of days. And it's actually really helpful with my disability in ED. Absolutely. No. Having a beautiful, fluffy, sealed container full of hot rice available at any time to be added to supplement your food is such an unbelievable buff to your day-to-day eating, you know? Now you don't have to add an additional fucking thing to cook or whatever. You want to add something to the rice, could be rice and beans, rice and chicken, whatever else. You can just make it. You've got a sauce, put that on the rice, you got it. You can do so much. It's a huge buff. It's a huge buff. Flips, I'm happy to hear that you enjoyed your time in Seattle. I'm Avian, thank you for the $5. Just wanted to message and thank you for being the one to pull me from the alt-right pipeline when I was a teen. Nice! Your literacy rant also got me reading way more now. Yeah, I even just reading that little bit of Dracula a second ago made me excited to read it. I wanted to continue. I only stopped because I'm streaming right now. But no, it's very rewarding. Yeah, absolutely. Tomorrow, thank you for the $5. Hey Vosh, gonna try to get through a book outside of my favorites, Hatchet and Storm Thief. Was thinking The Idiot by Dostoevsky. Do you think that might be too hard? I've never read Dostoevsky. My understanding is that Dostoevsky is not an especially easy read, so jumping to that from something like Hatchet and Storm Thief might be a significant jump. However, I would say go for it. Give it a read. Find a book sample online, like maybe a chapter, and see if if reading it you're following along, or if it's, you know, you feel like you might need to warm your feet up a little bit more before going into it. That being said, I haven't read The Idiot. I haven't read Dostoevsky, so maybe I don't know a damn thing. Zizzy Fizz, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Senua Psychosis, thank you for the $5. Remember how great it would be if Trump was a traditional liberal president? Yeah, he'd be incredibly funny. Our drag queen, gay president. Dangan Grandpa, thank you for the tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. It's very kind of you. Not even a message. I read Karamazov, and I don't think the prose is challenging. It's more so the historical context. Yes, in that case, literacy has less to do with your diction and more your ability to parse language through intuition, I guess, or your ability to contextually pick up on it. You know what I mean? Like sometimes literacy isn't about knowing the words or being able to follow a long sentence. It's more about like understanding enough about the world or about how sentences are or ought to be structured that you can kind of follow along even if you have no idea what specifically they're talking about. Helps to look stuff up while you read, you know? Hugo Anarchist, thank you for the $5. Currently attending Cal Poly Humboldt, and I keep seeing this dude around that looks like Vosh, and it's freaking me out. No, I'm afraid I haven't been there in a long while. There are, however, many chubby, bearded men over at HSU, so you've probably found a double of mine. Maybe an echo. Tech Archivist, thank you for the Tier 2 sub. The more I visit your stream, the more I enjoy denim and used leather. It's just nice. It's nice. I like stuff developing a patina. Stuff should be high quality and well used, you know? Zaid Odris here. Thank you for the $5. Don't evangelical megachurches literally have a tithe system? Yes. Often. Silver Solus, thank you for the $5. Have you seen Eternal Life of Goldman? It's a new Metroidvania entirely hand-drawn like Cuphead. No. No, I have not.
The inhabitants of the Artemis could never expiration date, but still.
Well, I don't know if I'd say like Cuphead. I mean, it's hand drawn, and in that respect, it's like Cuphead.
Could anyone honestly expect from a walking fossil? Maybe he'd pester everyone with endless questions with that funny little cane.
Oh, I don't want to spoil myself too much, but that looks really cute. I think that looks nice. Sake, thank you for the 10 gifted Tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Mute the previous dono. My bad missing that. As if we don't need more evidence to hate Israel. Oh God, what's the audio on this? Is it copyrighted music or one of Hitler's speeches? It's one of the two. It's one of the two. Yeah. The before and afters on a lot of these, man. It really is crazy. It's crazy. So much of it happened under Biden's term too. So much of it, like day after day, Biden and Netanyahu on the phone. They're like, "Yep, yep, yep, yippers." You know, it's fucking insane. Yes, sir. Machine, thanks the Tier 1 sub. Subscribing just so I can access that stupid emoji Peepo Christ because it's the only thing appropriate for you reading Dracula on stream. I'm too late, though. Don't worry, once I read it, I'll be mentioning it casually in conversation. I'm impressionable and insufferable. So, you know, if I'm enjoying something, I'll usually make it apparent. Shaky09, yeah, I missed the Marcel Yippee gif as well. Happy to have her back. Love the Marcel autism creature. I really do think Dungeon Meshi is a 10 out of 10 manga. And I think so far the anime adaptation has been following it through pretty much perfectly. I mean, by the letter, they've really... What a masterpiece, man. Ryuko... Wait, what's her name? Ryuko... wait, no, I'm forgetting... Rui Yoko... What's her name? The mangaka. I'm blanking on it. But she's coming out with something new soon. Ryoko Kui. Okay, I was close. Thank you. The English dub is pretty good too. Yes, the English dub is excellent. If you want to watch it in the English dub, totally valid. Very, very good. Dungeon Meshi anime did not pull me in the slightest. That's crazy to me, but whatever. Also a good time to preach Dorohedoro. Yes, Dorohedoro. One of the best mangas, in my opinion. Right up there with Berserk. Except unlike Berserk, Dorohedoro had an ending. Sorry. Rest in peace, Miura. Deep Sea Fission, thank you for the $5. Since we've had a few people sharing fitness gains recently, I managed to hit a clean 48-inch vertical jump. 48-inch vertical! Holy shit! Well done! God damn. Kowalski, thank you for the 5. It's time. Handstands help the shoulders, core, and triceps. I'm a long way away from being able to do a handstand. I actually don't think I can even do a pike push-up right now. I'm not sure if I can. Basic pike push-up, basic pike push-up. I don't even know if I would have the form down properly. Could I? Well, hold on, wait. You can, it's like, You have to really get your... Wow. Okay. I think that was close to okay form, but I think I can do exactly one of those. Just one. I don't think the screen should be on this while you're reading donos. Well, I'm certainly not giving people a 4K of my ass up in the air. You can't do that. It's a pike push-up. It's different. The form is different. You can look it up. Your arms are way down and your body's like at a different angle. But it's good. It's good practice for handstands. Maybe I could do two. Maybe I could do two. That's the first time I've tried one. Super chats. Super chats. Crispy Bacon and Abe Lincoln, thank you for the $5 both. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Crispy Bacon. That's really sweet of you. Zoe Spencer and O2 The Real, thank you for the $2 both. First time catching you live in a long time. Happy to have you. Don't know if you're still here now. Actually, I can check. O2 The Real. Oh. No, you're not here now. It's over. Sad. Sad. Very sad. That's okay. Maybe they'll watch the VOD at some point in the future. Paloma Del Mar, thank you for the $5. Vitscari, thank you for the €6. I really appreciate that. In Midwestern states, there were signs, no Indians and Finns. They tried to deport Finns under Chinese Exclusionary Act due to being Mongolian. That's fucking funny. Man, they were doing crazy race science back then. Gloomy Orpheus, thank you for the two $5 donos. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. No, I'm fully in favor of protesting. I just think it's important to have a realistic understanding of its impacts and what we can expect to get from it. Victorious Gardenosaurus, thank you for the three $5 donos. Save your money, put back food, consider it a strike fund. Get involved in local politics, local defense, local charity. Yeah, no, for sure. We do fixate way too much on national politics, a tendency that I contribute to, but I do have an international audience, so I can't really just focus on local stuff. And even if I could, while maintaining, you know, my audience, which I couldn't, but even if I could, I wouldn't want to, because I like following international politics quite a bit. But you can follow international and national politics and then, like, you know, work on a community garden. You can do both. Dakota Booker, thank you for the incredibly kind $20. He's just saying this shit. That's the whole presidency, man. Still alive, thank you for the $5. Ghost of Avalon, thank you for the $5. LJ and Humble Bumble, thank you for the $5 both. Thank you, thank you. Eric Prince is using AI and drones in Haiti to dispose of the poorest for the capital class. I'm unfamiliar with this story, but I'm sure you're telling the truth. Red Baron, thank you for the £pound donations. You're not about that life anymore. Thank you, thank you. Lorenzo McCoy, thank you for the $2. Altina, thank you for the $10. Sorry for recognizing the wrong Aurora. Tara the Witch, thank you for the $10. I've been losing my volunteer emails and my personal email and want to make a separate email for it. Do you or chat have recommendations for Gmail alternatives? Well, you can make a separate Gmail. You can make a second one, but no, I don't really know. I mean, I know of other places you can make an email, but I don't know what particular arguments for or against it people in chat might. Let the Linux users in chat offer their suggestions now, please. Doom Degree 25, thank you for the $5. My dad and I have a theory that per capita, significantly more gay men are conservative than progressive. It's just that they choose / have to hide it. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's like, I do think there is an element of truth to that sentiment, which is that the more you have made something into a taboo in your head, the more you've like built it up in your head, the more likely you are to fetishize it in a toxic way. You know, like I'm attracted to men. But but when I think about that, it's like, oh, I should fuck a guy then. And then I have sex with a guy. And then it's like, okay, that happened. But if you were a homophobe or like a religious conservative and you wanted to fuck a guy, it's like this fucking maelstrom in your head. You know what I mean? It's like this, oh, but it's bad and I can't do that. I'm having sinful, da, da, da. And the more it runs through your head, the more you develop this pathological obsession with it, which probably contributes to like a fetishized outlook. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. Cat? River. River. What are you doing? What are you doing? You've been sunning all day. So tan. Summer ready. Nice. One more? We're getting both of them. Come here, fat ass. Look at this thing. What are you up to? Absolutely nothing? Blah, blah, blah. Big and flopped. They both smell like the sun. That one's listening to this. No, she loves being held, Bagheera. Very friendly cat. Just, you know, flopped. Elliot Donahue, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate that. You should look up 2 of our local Washington New Deal projects. Harbor Island Deception Pass Bridge. The bridge was under $1 million. A bridge for less than $1 million? Jesus Christ! I didn't know they made them that cheap. Maybe it's worth looking into. Be nice to believe we're capable of building things. Still alive, thanks to $5. Is there anything you can do while dealing with hunger pains while doing calorie deficit diet other than just toughing it out? I have issues with that. I think you have to decouple your feeling of being hungry from your need to eat. You know what I mean? It's like, you know how it's alarming when you wake up and you're sore and you know you haven't worked out? You're just sore because your body, like you slept wrong or something. You feel soreness in your body and you're like, oh, that's bad. But if you feel soreness after a good workout, that's good. You know, the feeling of soreness isn't necessarily an indicator of anything negative happening in your body. It could be good. Likewise, a light degree of persistent hunger is kind of what you need to endure when you're dieting. You know, like you're hungry, you're burning fat. That's the point. Like this, being hungry is kind of part of the deal, you know? So learning to just, not just tank that feeling, I guess. It's just like kind of understanding that there are different contexts to being hungry. Gold H2O, thanks to $5. I did see that Netflix got bullied into giving a proper release date to Steel Ball Run. Very good, very good. Ames, thank you for the 10 Canadian. Sorry for calling you my gay son the other day. I forgive you. Can you please say dramatically into the camera, Jared, I'm sorry for cheating on you? Absolutely not. No, I'm not getting involved in whatever whatever nonsense you're up to, I'm afraid. Absolutely not. Whatever it is, I ain't got that smoke. There is no smoke here. Well, I hope you all have a wonderful day. I'm going to head out. I'll be here tomorrow. And in the meantime, I guess I hope everyone has a wonderful day. Drinks water and so on. Take care. Enjoy those moon photos. And I'll see you guys soon. All right? Bye.